I got two hands, I got my mouth, I know how to earn money.
Good morning, YouTube land. New morning, new day, November 2025. This isn't just any tea. Nobody makes tea like I do in the morning. What I put into that, not necessarily made for taste, more medicinal. You got green tea, okay, always. You also have turmeric in there. You also got black pepper to synergize turmeric. Also got ginger in there, okay, and a touch of what else did I put in it? Oh, cinnamon, and last but not least, a whole squeezed lemon. Why lemon? Why not? Well, actually, there's a reason for that. To help dissolve, oxalate, having to do with preventative kidney stones. This is quite a cup of tea I put together every morning. It's a ritual that I go by. I don't always put all those things in there. Turmeric, being an anti-inflammatory, it's good for your cells, could prevent cancer, so on and so on. Just do the research on turmeric, okay, and you'll understand why I do that. Why do you do that, Frank? Why do you do that? Because I can, and because I have some knowledge of certain things that I know. I mean, green tea does a lot. You can lose weight on green tea, but over a period of time. Not like an overnight thing. Not that I need to lose weight. In fact, I lost weight because I'm not eating any bread anymore. I'm not doing, I've actually lost 5 pounds according to my scale. I have not been eating a lot of shit. Hell, we still got donuts left that one of the kids brought over from Cebu, and I haven't eaten any today. Oh, believe me, just to have tea with a nice sugary donut. Oh, yeah, sounds good. I don't want to convince myself, please. I'm going to more likely just having some oatmeal. I might have a couple of eggs or something. I got to get the protein in. But oatmeal has always been my staple in the morning. But it's not just oatmeal. Sometimes I put cinnamon in it. And sometimes I'll defrost some blueberries and have like a less than a, handful, not even, of blueberries while I still have them. So yeah, quite a ritual in the morning that I go to here. Is it guaranteed to make my health like phenomenal? Don't hurt. Let's just put it that way. It doesn't hurt. But lemon, yeah, but make sure you rinse your mouth, brush your teeth. Lemon could destroy the enamel. Well, good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning. I think I feel a little bit more energetic this morning than I did yesterday. Yesterday, all my troubles seemed so far away. Yeah, well, that's all we could hope for, right? Oh, there's so much going on to talk about in the politics and everything in the world and propose stimulus checks and this and that and this and that, but Congress has to sign off for it, which they're not going to do. You know, you remember the Doge situation? They were supposed to do that. They didn't do that. They're proposing $200 a month for 6 months, but then said that's going to cause inflation. Well, I thought it would help things for the economy, people spending more money. Oh, they were talking about a whole lot of shit at the White House. Proposals for this, proposals for that. But nothing is ever going to happen. It's really strange because, well, not for Trump, but Trump is claiming that the economy is wonderful. Then why would he propose stimulus checks and so forth and do that if the economy was so great? He said electric is down. Really? Gasoline is down, but he's going to get it down to about $2 a gallon. Yeah, right. Right. And I'm 30 years old. I mean, I don't know. When you find me without words, well, yeah, it's very rare that you find me without words. Howdy, Colin. Yeah, a lot of proposals, but nothing comes through. I don't care what Trump says, the American economy has tanked. Totally fucking tanked. What's all this bullshit? Well, doing great. That's coming from a guy that's becoming senile. It's not no longer sleepy Joe Biden, it's sleepy Trump. Falling asleep at press conferences. Come on, man, get rid of the bum. Once and for all. Jeez, put him out of his misery. That's sorry, I was in a dead zone. I don't know, man. I think everybody has to fend for themselves, is what I'm thinking. Don't depend on the government, anything else. You've never been able to depend on the government anyway. You got to do your best to survive and whatever the hell it takes. You know, I don't promote criminal behavior whatsoever. But Jesus Christ, what if you have, you got a big family, and where would you go for your family if you're starving? Shit, he held on to people's SNAP benefits right up almost to Thanksgiving coming up here. I don't know. Well, when you don't live in the United States, you're not as... Bill Clinton was a standout kid. I didn't mind Clinton. Who cares what he did with Monica Lewinsky? And that's another thing. That's private shit. There's a guy, president, whatever, fuck over doing in their personal life. That's between him and his wife, whether he's, not, whether he's screwed off on his wife with somebody else at the office or privately. I think everybody gets too involved in everybody's private life, For example, you could be the biggest schmuck in the world, but if you're working, you have an employer, you're doing your job right, okay? Unless, of course, that, outside of your job, you're really hideous things to society. Yeah, the job may find out about that and say, well, now you don't belong in this company, pal. But, normally what you do in your private life should not affect your job. As long as you're performing, that goes for a president and any elected official, of course. They're either doing their job or they're not doing their job. That's it. So who cares what he did with Monica Lewinsky? They had fun, fine. He had to deal with Hillary's scorn after that shit. So he got his smack in the face. Believe me, he did. That's why they try to destroy public officials, all the time. You're in a different party. Okay, let's go after this guy because we just found they dig the dirt. Just like here on YouTube, they got to dig the dirt on you to try to mar your character and all that. Oh, what do we got on him today? What could we find? People recording me, they do shows on me, they're trying to find fault with me with everything I say. And they record me because they figure if I say something out of line or something that they could use against me, I've got the recording, even though he took it off, although Frank took it off and he deleted his show. I got the recording. Well, you know what? It turns out to be third party anyway. It's useless. But anyway, Barack was not born in. I know, supposedly, well, I don't know, Hawaii or something. He was, whatever. He had, whatever, some links to Hawaii. Well, what I heard, I don't want to get into really that deep into politics. It is morning, but no, Barack, what I understand was they put him in law school and they passed him in law school, is what they did. They groomed him, and a lot of YouTubers like to use that word, grooming. Well, grooming in another sense, they did with Barack and got him into law school and passed his grade, everything else through that. He was groomed to be president. They wanted a black president in there. Well, I don't want to even get into that, really. Yeah. Yeah. So, let's see. They're getting a new mayor for New York, and he has a foreign name too, but he was likely born in the United States, even though he has a foreign name. Get rid of the Cuomo fucker. Although I like his son as a broadcaster, Cuomo. They ousted him out of CNN. I don't know what he's doing now. The son, Cuomo. I thought he was a great broadcaster. I thought he was a great anchor person, whatever the entitlement he had on there. I used to listen to him. I thought he was good. Yeah. So let's see. Nancy Pelosi is retiring. Wow, Frank getting into politics here. Holy shit. Now, they don't have anybody to kick her around anymore. It's like when you get off YouTube, but well, can't kick you around anymore if you're not around. They can talk about you, but if you're not there anymore, I mean, what's the fucking use? That'll only last for a while, then it fades out like anything else. I remember this guy. Yeah. I was following this guy who's right now in the Solomon Islands. He's from Florida, Pennsylvania, but I don't know. He's wanted to travel the world on his boat. He's got a desalinization thing to make water. It's him and his wife on there, or girlfriend, whatever it is, and she's got sick with diarrhea, but there's no hospitals. They're the Solomon Islands that they're at. I don't know. It's just interesting listening to him. He's something with the title of antisocial something, and he really is antisocial. This guy, he's a real wisecracker. Always got good comebacks. I like him for that. Um, uh, sailing the world. He figured that he'll do it while he's young. This way he could say when he's old and gray, he could say that, well, I did this, I did that. Well, he has the right idea. Okay. Okay, isn't Trump doing a deal with China for rare earth minerals? Well, yeah, I've heard this even with, where was it? Um, was it Ukraine or something? Wasn't supposed to be mineral rich over there or something? I don't know. I've heard something here and there for this and that. I don't know what they're doing. But what is this all about, really? Since you mentioned that, what is it really all about? Okay, dominance and power and reaching it through having mineral things you need. And that's worth conquering another country. Everything is about self-survival. And you do the same thing. It's survival mode. A country is powerful if they have all these different elements and minerals and so forth. And it's worth conquering another country for. That's exactly what they do. If somebody is, oil rich, you want part of that piece of the pie, don't you? There may come a time in the future when the oil reserves are exhausted, and realizing how dependent the whole world is on petrol. We haven't found any foolproof methods to replace petrol. Not really, and you want to try to make the car industry all electric, but that's turning out to be a big bust. To getting on fire, killing people. And I mean, I don't know. I guess nothing is perfect, right? Oh, he's a deal maker. Yeah, Trump is the deal maker, but when he's dealing with people's lives, we all established already that Trump is, he's a power freak, okay? Dictator, lots of names you could give this guy. Deserves every one of them. Narcissist, we could go on and on and on. Cocky. Power wants more power, okay? That's just the way it is. Power wants more power. Money, 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 money. Like he doesn't have enough of it, he's always looking for more. Will his son ever run for office? Very unusual son. Did you know that Trump wears lifts on his, and is reported that they feel he's walking around with a colostomy bag, or at least a urine bag, because he can't retain his urine. And they spotted the lump in his pants or something, and then it wasn't his third leg either. He has a lot of shit going on with him right now. A whole lot of shit going on with him medically, but they're not going to make it public. Yeah, he's declining in health and all that shit, Well, that's one way of getting rid of him anyway. And I don't mean to be mean and all that stuff, but come on, this guy he's destroying the world, is what he's doing. Do you trust him near that red button and the codes? Trump may want to go out in a big way. This is a guy that'll just fire his staff just because they looked at him funny. He'll fire his whole cabinet if he had to. This is a sick man. Beyond a big power play. There's this Chinese guy in China, maybe they'll bring us together. He does perfect Trump imitations. He's all over the internet now. It's funny seeing this man from China, one of the provinces in China. He's getting famous now because he sounds just like Trump. Oh, Trump is popular, but not necessarily in a popular way. In a positive way. Oh, no. God, I can't even drink this tea yet because it's still too hot. If they give the water in the microwave 2 minutes, it doesn't really help dissolve some of the stuff that I put in there. If I give it 3 minutes, it gets too hot, and I could dissolve the tea and everything else and turmeric and all that I put in there, but then you have to wait a while before I could even drink it. And by the way, just another hint for you guys. I'm always giving you helpful hints. Have a full glass of water the minute you get up, okay? Because you've been dehydrating overnight, okay? That's a good one for you. And if you want to cleanse your system, your kidneys and everything else, you put warm lemon water. There you go. I always give helpful hints on here. Whether you guys take it or not, I don't know. I think a lot of you actually do. Yeah. Well, Trump's thing is he quotes all the time. It's all about the deal. Everything is a deal with him. It's all about the deal. I wonder how good he is in chess. But the one thing that everybody laughs about with Trump, every time something doesn't go its way, what's his famous line as with the elections? Everything is, what is it? False. Everything is, what is his favorite line? To be exact. Everything's been manipulated. If he doesn't get his way, then the Democrats, manipulated the polls. Or if it's something he doesn't want to hear in the news, everything is fake news. Everything is fake news. So every leading news organization is fake news, right? And it's really interesting how Fox and CNN, totally opposite ends of the spectrum. Fox is clearly Republican, and CNN is clearly Democrats. But what's funky about that? News, just like political parties like Democrats and Republicans, the news is supposed to be nonpartisan, and it's not. It's clear that Fox is pro-Trump and Republican. It's supposed to be nonpartisan. And just like the government should be nonpartisan. I mean, they're supposed to be for the American people, right? Right or wrong, okay? But they're divided. Why can't there be just one party? Let's call it the People's Party. Excellent title, the People's Party. I like that. They should use it. The People's Party. That's where we go wrong. Dividing the people. The United States, they're so divided with just about everything. I think even racism is coming back even further. Political division. I think, generally, blue zones, you got your blue zones and red zones. God, they even colorify the zones of whether people are pro-Republican or Democratic. It's amazing, isn't it? It's not, the thing is, it's not getting any better. It's just not getting any better. People are more and more and more and more divided. And that's not a good thing for the country, or any country. People have to be unified in one direction. What is good for the American people? That's it. Fuck different parties, independents, blah, blah, blah. Grassroots, independents, Democrats, Republicans. Gee, nobody's ever thought of that before? Why do you gotta have two different parties? If they're all representing the good and needs for U.S. and U.S. citizens, why do you gotta have two different parties? I know somebody say, well, you have to have two different opinions. You can still have one party and have different opinions. But it's when you're unified and you work together, that's how you get things done. But gee, I'm no politician here. Pardon me, It doesn't mean I don't understand a certain level of politics. Is politics just having a goddamn YouTube show here? That's politics. And what we deal with on YouTube here, what we all deal with on YouTube, a lot of politics going on here. Power plays, who has money or says they have money when they really don't, or so who really does have money is using it as a power tool like Trump to get the ladies, to be in control freaks, cockiness, narcissism. We got them all out here. Duh, what's new with that? That ain't never going to change. That's not going to change. People don't like your voice. They don't like something about you. They don't like something about your topic matter, so they got to attack you. You got a better looking girlfriend. Or maybe you have a girlfriend and they don't. There's always something on here they're going to attack you for. I'm surprised Rod, Amazing Philippines, who don't bother anybody. I'm surprised he ain't being attacked. I'm shocked. Everybody likes to attack each other. You know why? Some people have inadequacies compared to others. I want what you have and I can't get it, so I'm going to be your enemy on here. Ooh, I better attach this thing to the power cord. Of course, I ain't going nowhere with this broadcast. Where's my charger? Okay, I better do that immediately. Yeah, I don't know if I'm doing more painting today. I try to get on a roll because I like to get things over with and taken care of, That's what I like to do. This way I don't have to do it later, but I also like keeping busy too. That keeps me fucking sane. Instead of being insane in a membrane. Okay, let's plug this puppy in. Okay, we're all plugged in here. There we go. Saved by the bell. Saved by the charger. But anyway, I think it's, whether it's YouTube, whether it's politics. What's that, sweet?
It's a long cord.
Long cord? That's all right, because I'm laying in a bed here, so I'll just use the cord that I have here now. It doesn't matter if it's YouTube, it's politics, or any shit like that. When you have a divided people, nobody's ever going to see eye to eye on just about everything. They can't be open-minded about certain things, They find it very difficult. I mean, everybody's entitled to their own opinion. Hopefully we still have those rights. And I have my opinions about people, even here on YouTube. And, whether it's true or not, I mean, I just base my opinion on what I see and hear. And that's the difference between me and a lot of people on here. I don't make up things on here. It's a waste of time and a breath. And if I talk about a particular show, what's going on with it, it's simply by observation and in the audible portion of their show, what I hear and what I see. I'm not that deaf. I have one really fucked up ear, but other than that, I have no trouble hearing what's on YouTube and seeing or witnessing what people put on and say. I mean, that's factual. If it's presented and it's seen by not only myself and others, then it becomes factual. If it comes to a court of law, that's really important too, because if it's been established that somebody did something and there's been witnesses and there's been, it's been recorded and so forth, well, there you go. There you go. It's not, it's irrefutable. I mean, it's just fact is fact. So how is everybody doing this morning? I don't know where you go. I get a lot of my audience is not even from the Philippines. If I had to go to my analytics or something, I know that the higher percentage of people is not even in the Philippines that listen to my show. What do I weigh today? Haven't even made breakfast yet. I'm trying to decide. I know I got to get proteins into me, but unfortunately, oatmeal is not providing a lot of protein. I don't know what the hell to make. I always wanted making some eggs of some sort. Normally, I had bread with it or whatever. I'm not even doing that. I've been avoiding breads like the plague. Hey, I told you I got donuts still left in the refrigerator. I'm not touching them. Every time the kids come over to visit, they come over with some Krispy Kreme donuts over here. I did have one of them when they came over. I said, fuck it, you know. But I've also been eating a lot of pasta lately because she's made a lot of spaghetti. That's a lot of carbohydrates and shit in there. It's not necessarily good. Problem is I probably get too many carbs because I do have a little rice now and then when they make it just to spread the meal a little bit like I'm having a roasted chicken. But the one thing I do love, and I can't refuse ever, is when you make roasted potatoes, like with the chicken in the oven. Oh man, don't put that in front of me. Because some of these kids cheat a little bit, you know. They got their big bowl of rice, they got their starch. They're trying to steal my potatoes out of there. No, 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 no. You choose your starch. You either want your rice or you want the potatoes. Make up your mind, but you're not going to have both. Eat some porridge. Well, that is basically porridge, oatmeal, isn't it? What we know as porridge. All the little children loves mush. You remember that on the, what was it, Little Rascals? Or what was it back in those times? The kids are living at an orphanage. This guy comes in, very stout and staunch, and the kids are so sick of the porridge. The kids didn't want to eat their porridge. You must eat your porridge. All the little children love porridge. They got so sick of it that they threw their bowls of porridge at him. Yeah. I got to get more B vitamins. I'm thinking that on energy. I don't normally take B supplements. I've always had these little sachets or whatever of some B. I do not much B vitamins, but I could probably use a good B12 shot in the ass or something, you know. You know, probably the B vitamins wouldn't hurt. MLSO is back. Hello, everyone. Hello, Colin. Hello, MSO. Who do we have in here? And Colin and MSO. That's what all we got on here that wants to talk anyway. Brave souls that come and talk on my show here. They're not afraid to come on and make a comment on here. But everybody else is. They're afraid to make a comment like I'm going to bite their head off or something. Yeah, I think a lot of us aren't getting enough B vitamins. You can get it from meats, I think, and certain things, but I think a lot of people are failing, even on their magnesium. They're failing on that. You're not going to get sick on taking too much magnesium. Just take the glycinate. It's easier on your stomach and also regards to diarrhea. Although some people are really sensitive to magnesium, they will get diarrhea by taking that. And of course, I made some mistakes all the time. I'd be taking magnesium C, and listen to this: fish oil, okay, garlic oil, and even olive oil, and that's a combination of a disaster. The next morning, you'll shit like a racehorse if you take all of that the night before, the day before. Took a shot, cost me, oh, a shot, huh? Yeah, really? €50? I don't know. I still want to get my flu shot, or I don't need a pneumonia shot because that lasts for a while. I got a pneumonia shot out here, I don't know, 4 years ago, whatever. You're good to go for a while. But I haven't had a flu shot because there's nowhere to go out here to get it. Sometimes the pharmacies will offer that, but not likely though. And I'd have to go to Cebu, to a hospital or somewhere to get it. You know, actually, no, actually, my diagnostic center in Bantayan, I think they said they have the flu shot there. What do they want? About 1,500 pesos for that. Yeah. The other thing I always have to check is my liver enzymes. I haven't been doing that because I take certain medicines that could potentially kind of fuck with the liver a bit over time. So that's always good to do is, get a liver enzyme test or any other further examinations. Just you're feeling good doesn't mean that there ain't something going on with any of your bodily functions. I mean, some things are very obvious. If you had diarrhea or something's going on, you might have an infection. Or if you're having a pain in your chest, could be your heart, whatever. But, there are some things that are very silent. And pancreatitis or pancreatic cancer is a silent killer, too. Yeah. And there's something I forgot that you take and drink that helps with I think even the lemon. It also helps the parents. There was something they were just talking about last night on things I look up. I know you think I'm all over YouTube looking at YouTubers' videos, but that's far from the truth. I look at more stuff other than, listening to YouTubers on here. You thought the flu is only in northern climates, wet and cold. Oh, no, no. Here in the Philippines, you got everything. It's a petri dish out here. The Philippines is a petri dish for everything and for parasites, too. I'll bet you that every goddamn foreigner that's living out here has definite parasites, and there's all kinds, flagworms, not ringworm, flagworms, oh god, this whole list. And because a lot of people, they don't really wash off their lettuce and vegetables and different things. If you eat a lot of pork, you're almost guaranteed to have parasites out here. That's why I don't eat pork, you know. And even the fish, you could buy fresh fish if you want to look at it carefully. You might see a worm coming out of there when you're gutting it or something. I don't. That's why I don't eat fish, and I don't eat pork. It's nasty, but it's part of life. We all have some form of parasites in us anyway. But to have an abundance when there's something going on, tapeworms and flagworms, roundworms, even molly ringworm. You could even get molly ringworms. Molly ringworm. Yeah, I think you get it, or maybe you don't. Okay. Uh, really, guarantee. I told you I went for a colonoscopy the last time I was in Hawaii, and they found one, which they removed. And some people laugh about that, but I'll guarantee you, if they went for a colonoscopy, they would probably find maybe many. He said, "Well, you spent time in the Philippines." I said, "Yeah, I'm living there." Oh, that's why. And people that buy all this roadside food, calendarias, all this shit, eateries on the road. God damn, come on, flies have been over that. Like, oh my God. It's just nasty. I just can't eat that shit. And again, you don't even know what you're eating in a restaurant. It might be a nice place. It looks nice, right? How do they handle their foods behind the counter in the kitchen? Are they cross-contaminating foods? It's like, eat grass. If you're worried about everything, eat grass. But you can't even eat grass if you could, because there's actually parasites and shit on grass. Dogs bring it into the house from stepping on it. You can't even eat grass. So what do? You do what Fazio does. Don't eat it all. He says breathing air. You remember that one? According to Fazio's doctor or something, his research, breathing air, you could live off nutrients in the air. I'm not kidding. I don't make this shit up. That was Fazio's philosophy. You don't need food. You don't need food. Oh my God, the characters we have on here. You don't need food. Just breathe air. Because there's some kind of Indian guru or something in India somewhere that he said he doesn't eat. And maybe he drinks water, but he doesn't eat. He lives off the air. Oh, give me a fucking break. Then again, Fozzie was insane in the membrane anyway, so what do you expect from him? Now he's dead. Why is he dead? He didn't take care of himself. Simple as that. I could go on and find reasons of why, but in general, he didn't take care of himself. He didn't take the appropriate actions he needed to. He wound up getting, was it sepsis? From originally his wounds he had on there. It was terrible, man. Terrible. Just change up there. Yeah.
Water.
That's all I got there. Some change up there. To have some over there. No. No, the flu's not only in North America climates, no. And I'm still kind of out to lunch with the thing about walking in from a hot environment and under an air conditioner back and forth. I'm not sure what that's all about, and I think it may have to do with the fact that, let me see. I still don't understand it. You're going to catch your death of cold. Come out of the cold into the warm room. I think the idea is that the cold, perhaps, can lower your body defenses, is the only thing I can think of. I don't know. So, like, if you're coming out from our typical 95-degree weather out here, whatever the norm is, and then you go into an air-conditioned room that you're basically causing problems with your immune system or something. I still never clarified that. I never clarified it. I don't have a clue about that really, but I'll research that and try to understand it. You catch your death of cold. Coming from the cold. Yeah, I think maybe your body is working too hard to kind of keep you warm. And it's using up a lot of resources, perhaps, to do so. A lot of fuel and energy. That's why if you live in very cold climates, I mean like, Canadian Arctic, or the Arctic, or Alaska, in some of the regions near the Arctic Circle, whatever, or Canada, whatever, you decide to live in that kind of climate, you need more fat. You got to eat more meat. You need more fat because your body is burning up a lot of energy, a lot of fat. I understand that. I get. Well, you don't need as much in, more temperate climates. I didn't have it too bad in Hawaii with the weather, though. It was comfortable, actually. The only difference sometimes toward the end of the summer is when you get these little heat episodes where it did get pretty hot. And I remember a time when we had a power outage and shit, and that was gruesome. It was toward the end of the summer. Everything just built up, the heat. And couldn't even ever use a fan in the house, nothing. Horrible. You had to hopefully go to Walmart or somewhere downtown that had air conditioning if they had a generator. And then everybody would go to the parks. They have like a little awning down the highway that has an AC outlet. And everybody would go there during a blackout. They put extension cords there and helping other people out too with that too, put extension cord. Everybody could plug in. Because, a lot of people were living off the grid where I live too. Yeah. And they did their entertainment. Everything was from their phone or laptop, whatever they had. They'd watch movies on their phone. That would be their phone. That would be their communication to the world. When that went out, then yeah, they would go to these places. But then when the electric was totally out in town, they were really fucked up because they could not communicate with friends and relatives and so forth. And that was bad. But no, I don't know really about the flu. But all I know is that, the Philippines is a petri dish for just about every damn thing. And with all that flooding and shit going on, there's going to be a lot of sick people. You may not hear about it in the news, and you don't usually hear about it, but that's almost an endemic of some sort, because these people are lollygagging around in the floods. They can't help it. Everything is flooded. And even when it's not totally flooded, when they're not, you know, throwing bodies down the floodways with the rivers and they're not getting killed that way, kids and other people, they go out and play in the streets in the water as if it's some kind of a goddamn swimming pool when it's nothing but a cesspool, a real bona fide cesspool. And the mothers and fathers let them go out. That's one thing in the culture, among a few things, that I don't agree with and I don't understand. Just like I don't understand where people don't want to look both ways when they come to an intersection on their motor scooter, and they even have their whole family on there. They don't even look. I see that every day that I go downtown. And when I go downtown and around the area here, I see it every single day. They just go right through. And that's why if you're on a trike, you're always beeping when you come to an intersection so they could hear you. It's a must. They're not paying attention. And that's why so many accidents happen. I don't understand it. I just don't know if it's in the genetics. I don't have any idea. I don't know if it's stupidity. I have no idea what it is. But if you care for your life and you don't want to be a statistic and you don't want your family to be a statistic on a motorbike, then you have to stop at the intersections. Don't assume that there's no traffic coming down in that direction, but they assume it is. I see it every fucking day, man. I don't understand it. There's some things in life I just don't understand how people think. It's your own life. Do you really want to, if you live, you get hit, do you really want to hurt that way and wind up in a hospital? Can you afford to go in a hospital? Can you afford, just like this stupid guy, the pro-life traveler, that Estonian guy. And we talk about this here and there, and so does other people. He had bought himself a nice truck, but he likes to use his extension rod on his phone when he gets in the car. The minute he gets in it, not paying attention, he gets into an accident, his fault, into the back of a truck. His truck is totally ruined. No insurance, nothing. No big deal to him. So he goes out and buys a small car. And the minute he gets in it, there it is. He's got this fucking 5-foot long extension rod on his phone, sticking it out the window, doing the same thing again with his wife and his child. And as I said, sometimes I just don't understand how people think. I don't know. Are they all on drugs? What's the deal with that? Maybe so. It's a chemical society. I'm part of that chemical society too, You take what you need, but if it's going to cause you to be dense in a membrane, don't go out and, be on a moving vehicle, and not only put yourself and your family's life in jeopardy, but somebody else's child, somebody else's wife or whatever. I don't get it. But there's a lot of things I don't get. And there's a lot of things I'm probably never going to get. People can be dense. Just like the guy Jim, Asian Adventures, talk about being dense and stupid. Shit, this guy is just constantly putting himself in a bad position legally. He can't go back to the Philippines. He burned his bridges. He stayed for fucking 20 years. And I think he's going to have a good outcome. But I'm getting muscles from it. Who the fuck cares, man? Fuck the muscles. His muscles ain't attracting any women, is it? No, he's got like some 16-year-old he's paying to hang around with him and tour him around, acting like it's his girlfriend to piss off his wife in the Philippines. What's wrong with these fucking people, man? Not to mention his legal problems in the Philippines, too, with that incident with the neighbors, whatever. And adultery, direct from his spouse. She's got him good because it's coming from the spouse. Nobody can report adultery. It has to be the spouse. That's the way it is. And if anybody knows, I know. So, I mean, it is what it is. No matter how much you don't like somebody, you can't get somebody for adultery unless you are the spouse. You can't call up the police and say this man is committing adultery. Can't do it. Ain't going to happen. Fact. Legal fact. Just like you can't tell someone to get their fucking brains in order, to drive safely, or control what they say on social media. We got a complete moron that's been sitting in jail almost for 3 years. He still hasn't learned his fucking lesson. It's just, people are dense. They're just dense. In some cases, it's fucking interbreeding. In his case, it probably is. Jesus Christ, man. Takes all kinds on social media, does it? We got a nice crew here of 16, but nobody really wants to talk really on here. Well, tell me, what do you want me to do? Do you want me to continue vlogging or not? Man, I successfully got off for a while. I mean, I could do it again, just maybe make it permanent. I'm not making money. Maybe I should make money. Maybe I should just build my channel. Get all the dancing girls on camera. Interview people. And become a slave to the algorithms. Maybe that's the answer. MSO says Big Kevin will return to Thailand after his knees get better. No, he won't. Give me a reason to keep vlogging, MLSO. Give me a reason. There are good vloggers out there. I'm even going to go as far as saying that's a stretch. That's a stretch. That Scotty boy is actually a good vlogger. The problem with him, he's a grown-ass man, but he's entirely immature. He's emotionally immature. He thinks he's a teenager, referring to women as baberoonies, and all this shit. I said it takes all kinds. But he's a good vlogger, though. He's a good vlogger. He's not my favorite person on here, but that's a good vlogger. Despite some people don't like him, I mean, I look at some of the good points on how he structures his show, what he does on there. Even a little bit of editing here and there, but Scotty is not a bad vlogger. Big Kevin, well, here's the thing. Big Kevin is stuck between a rock and a hard place. And what I mean by that is he's very stagnant with his life in Kentucky. And he's got it very comfortable with his aunt's house and all that. There are good hospitals around. He's got coverage, everything else. Big Kevin has been overweight for a very long time. Besides Ozempic, whatever you call it, which is dangerous to take, by the way, made him lose some weight. But he's going to gain it back by being in America #1. Okay. So he figures if he takes care of his knee, he'll be able to walk around. That's all fine and dandy if he goes back to Thailand or something. So maybe he'll be able to walk a lot better, and maybe he'll exercise more, and maybe he'll naturally lose weight. But the thing is, he is not adapted for Southeast Asian countries, okay? And why do I say that? I say that because, well, unfortunately, it is true. I'm sorry, but it is true. His overall appearance, his kind of slurry kind of speech stands out. In all honesty, if I was a Thai woman or whatever case he may decide to move to, I would think that the guy was, because of, his injury to the brain for the Bolo incident. And his overall, when you first meet somebody, you make an assessment. You think that the guy is very slow, and he is in certain ways. I mean, it's obvious. I mean, am I lying? Okay. So it's very hard to meet a woman to get interested in you. He had that woman hanging around him with a big fat head. Maybe he can go back to her, but I don't think that was a woman. I think that was a man. I'd argue that point. I would argue that point. That was a man. But it's hard. It's hard for just, people with good weight that are reasonably good looking and stuff. And sometimes it's hard to find a real woman. I mean, a lot of cases, finding a real woman, I said it right, actually, because these days you don't know who's a real woman out there. You don't know. Ricky don't care. He goes either way. Ricky don't care. He proved that to the world, didn't he? Oh, that was terrible. We'll never forget that. He'll never live that down. But getting back to Kevin, uh, if Kevin decided to move back to Thailand or Vietnam or something, it's going to be a rinse and repeat episode. Trust me on this, okay? It's going to be a rinse and repeat episode. Why? Well, because Kevin is Kevin, okay? I know that sounds crude, but Kevin. Oh, I'll go. I got to go back to the power cord, so back in the house. Kevin is Kevin. That's all I could say, all right? His whole demeanor, everything about him. It's very difficult. So this is the reason why Kevin was always running out of money and e-begging and everything else and getting Big E and everybody to help him out because he did not know how to control his money. And the reason was because he was lonely as fucking hell in Thailand. He was lonely. And loneliness really is horrible. So he had to pay and buy drinks for women in order to have this companionship, to find another human to sit down with and talk to. I understand that whole scene. I get it, okay? But seriously? That's what he had to do. That's his problem. He was ringing the bell in the bars. He didn't understand what it was all about. Which I don't buy that, because if he worked in Alaska, he knows damn well that if you work in a remote area, something, there's a bar around, everybody all over the world, they have a bell. And if you're going to buy a round of drinks to everybody in there, you're going to ring that bell. Come on. Is he going to play stupid? He didn't understand what that bell was for? Come on now. Everybody knows that. You ring a bell in a bar, if they have a bell, and you're buying everybody around the drinks. But what he did on a regular basis was, like Ricky does, he buys his companionship. He even have a woman to sit with him. And Kevin will do the same thing when if he does go back after he heals. I really don't suggest that Kevin does that. Kevin, makes livable money on his benefits he gets, and he can make it stretch a long way if he knew how to when he moves to a foreign country. See, his thing about this, he says, no, I was only on vacation. I wasn't intending to stay here. Oh, bullshit. Things just didn't work out for him, man. So he had to make an excuse. Oh, I was just in vacation mode. I wasn't intending to stay out here. What he's really saying is I just couldn't make it. You either make it or break it, He just couldn't make it out there. He couldn't help himself but buy women drinks and shit like that. It got to the point that the guy was eating ramen from 7-Eleven. It got down to that point. And he don't make bad money from his disability, whatever, Social Security. He don't make bad money. I don't know exactly what he makes, but he don't make bad money, my understanding. He worked in the mines. He worked for this, that. He even did cooking, whatever, for the mine workers, I think. He's got maybe even some kind of a stipend. No, he doesn't. From Alaska, I'm not sure. No, you have to be native Hawaiian or something. I mean, Hawaiian, Alaskan or something. But what was very disappointing about Kevin was that he really wasn't helping his kids out. It was more important for him to just blow money on the women. Always claiming he's sending monies to his kids. He's never proved that. And what he should have done, and we won't get into this anymore because everybody's familiar with it, Oh, I'll read your comment first, Melissa. I think Kevin is better off in Asia than Kentucky. He must be bored in Kentucky sitting in that room. Yeah, I understand that too. Yeah, you're right on that point. But he's not made for another country. I mean, considering he's been overweight most of his life, for a good part of his life, well, a good part of his life anyway, it caused damage. Don't think it hasn't caused damage internally. It has. It has, irreversible. And he likes to drink too. So, I mean, even a little alcohol could cause damage to your liver and other bodily metabolics and all that shit. I don't want to get into all that shit. Yeah. He was living on ramen half the time. That ain't living. You have to live on ramen all the time. You can't do that. His favorite place to eat is and then, he'd take advantage of people. Biggie came in town or somebody came in town or, you know, uh, they'd be buying him meals. You never seen him buying any meal. I'd fall off my chair if I saw him actually buying somebody a meal. It ain't going to happen. It's not going to happen. So he's kind of in a really unusual situation, I think. If he stays in Kentucky, he's going to be miserable. He's going to gain more weight. Yeah. But if he leaves the country, you know, even if he's able to walk a little better, which would help him with, if he really does walking to lose some weight, that's great. That's a positive point. For his heart, that's good too. And maybe to be able to go more places. He always lived not really that far from a beach. He'd take a short walk to a beach and say, "See, I made it all the way to the beach." He was wearing a brace. All right, so let's say he takes care of that problem. His knee's all fine and dandy. It's still, it's just the whole package deal. It's not the walking. It's how he interacts with people. It's how, by not his own fault, it may have been his own fault that he got the bolo thing in his, but it's not his fault that he got damage from it. And when he talks, he doesn't sound like your average person. So people will assume that he has some kind of a mental disability of some sort, autism or something, whatever. And unfortunately, that's going to carry with him all his life. His overall appearance with a bald head, he's a big guy, and he could be very ominous looking to these women, too. They might be afraid of him. He might look very dangerous to people. I know because my nephew, Jesse, who is in Indiana, my brother's kid, he's a tall guy, too, about 6 foot, and he has a bald head. He didn't want to grow hair. I don't know why. And he has a form of autism. He's a very functional person. He could drive a car, job, all that. He's had a job all his life. He's also wealthy because his mother had land and all that shit. But I didn't want to go into that. You look at him and his eyes with his bald head, pretty scary looking. If I met him in a dark alley, didn't know who the fuck he was, I'd be pissing my fucking pants. I'd be pissing my pants. He has that look. He has that look. I don't know if I have a picture of him anywhere. I'd show you a picture of him. Kind of looks like Kevin, but not, overweight. But he does, actually. He just kind of looks like Kevin. But when you're in Kevin's position, it's not going to make a whole show about Kevin here, but since we brought it up. Yeah, if he moves to a different country, it's going to be the same thing over and over again. Nico, well, I don't know. Isn't that girl Maria? Is that rumor or whatever, that girl Maria, he put a ring on her finger or something like that, wants to marry her or something? You see, the thing is, you got this inherent, disabilities of sort. Nico was in that unfortunate accident where he was in the service. He got blown up by what was that, an IED, whatever you call it, yeah. And he got the nerve damage, he got the facial damage, all that crap, and all that. And, he's got the snaggly looking teeth and he never takes care of them. I don't understand why. I just don't understand it. He makes decent money, I'm sure, in his military disability and all that shit. I don't understand it, why he doesn't fix his teeth. But it's hard for him because he's also kind of big and he's also overweight. And it's hard, I think, for Nico to find a woman. And plus, he talks like he's on speed, 50, 70, 80 miles per hour. And also his general attitude about women. All these factors you put together make it very difficult to find and keep a woman. You know, he calls women hoes. If they're a woman, they're a hoe, automatically is a hoe. And the way he just generally talks about women, that he should dominate the women because you're a man. It's his whole attitude. It's his whole attitude. So therefore, if he gets one woman that's interested in him, he's going to gear his time to concentrate on that one woman because nobody else wants to be with him. Come on, folks, I don't make this shit up. Sure, Big E and other people have taken pictures of him with women. Yeah, sit at the table, take a picture to make it look like, oh yeah, Nico's had all kinds of women. No matter where he goes, that's a bullshit story. Because if Nico really had a bona fide girlfriend, he'd be flaunting it. Like, look at me, which is a common theme on here. Look at me, look at me. Whether it's money or they have girlfriends, they got all that shit, they'd be flaunting it. So Nico's just settling for anybody that, he's been hanging around with. He ain't got all these girlfriends he never had. I don't buy the story, but that's me. You don't have to believe it. I believe what I want to believe. I tell you what, well, I don't want to get into the immigration shit, but they're doing some stuff too to look at people's records as it pertains to like Philippine antics. They look at their background and, the things she did, she shouldn't even be in the country. But ending the subject on Big E, let's just say I don't care no matter where he moves. He's no matter where you are, there you are, and with Kevin, it's just very apparent that his outward appearances, his speech, his, etc., is always going to be a deterrent for him. I hate to say that, but it's always going to be a deterrent. I understand what you said, Emily, so about if he stays at home just rotting in his aunt's basement, it's going to be business as usual. He's going to gain weight, get unhealthy, and he's going to go out of his fucking mind. He's just going to buy toys to play with like he did before. Things that make sounds and colors and noise like an autistic child. It's not healthy for him. And the same thing, it's not healthy for him to be, because he does have a lot of potential health. I don't care what he says, a lot of potential health problems, and the weight has always been a denominator in a lot of it, and inactivity and stuff like that. But he needs to be near a good bona fide hospital with health insurance, and that would be a place called USA. You're a late region. You're always late. Shame on you, man. Sorry, I covered too much to kind of just reiterate and just kind of go down the line, but we talked about different things, and Kevin and Jim and Asia and all that stuff, and even talked a little about politics today on here with Trump and so forth. I've, covered it all, really. Not all, but yeah. Jim and Asia, my goodness. But you know what? You can't feel sorry for some of these people because they bring this stuff on. Like the other guy, Steven. Hello, all you lovely people, that one. Um, Living in Mindanao. You look what happened to Elliot, right? This guy is always downing certain aspects of people and culture in the Philippines, and he's living in Mindanao. That's not a healthy combination. I know he has to make material for his show. He doesn't know what to talk about. He repeats things over and over like many people do. But with him, it's pretty consistent, and he's going to meet his demise. And I swear, it seems to me that a lot of these people, that's including Mike's Philippines retirement, they're doing the same thing, being repetitive and redundant. And both, in their health and so forth is not always good with most of these people. What they have to talk about could be very insulting to a nationalist that lives out here in the Philippines. It seems to me that they're trying to convince themselves for a reason to stay. See, they're kind of caught between a rock and a hard place. Most of us, we've given up everything we had in the United States or whatever country you come from, right? Most of us have done that. I've done it. So what happens with a lot of people when things don't go right in the Philippines You're going to do all these shows about, well, the Philippines this, the Philippines that, and their culture this and their culture that, and they have no way out. So they got to kind of persevere. Anyway, they have to pretty much stick with their decisions, really, that they moved out there. So they make a lot of excuses for staying there because they have no choice. But on the same note, the one thing they shouldn't be doing is trying to convince themselves that it's right for them to be here. Because you could hear from what they talk about. They're always downing Philippines and the culture. And as Gilda is my witness, she knows that I don't adhere to all the different cultural values out here. There's a lot of things, not all of them, but at the same time, I try to respect their culture, even though it's not something I practice. I might find it a little unusual, bizarre. It's not my culture. It's their culture, and to some degree, whether you disagree with something in the culture, you just got to try to find a way to respect it and say, instead of thinking, well, that's not the way I would do it. Well, that's a bizarre practice or ritual. I never did that in my country. But see, that's the whole point. It's not your country. Region says, spot on. These cloggers love to rationalize everything. Even the ones who once praised the Philippines, but now talk down about the country because they can't return. And that's the denominator. You got it right there, Region. You hit the nail on the head. A lot of us can't return. If you sold your house, you sold the farm, whatever, you sold your belongings, you burned all your bridges, they can't return. So basically, you have to make a decision. Do you stay in the Philippines or you try out a different country? It doesn't have to be Southeast Asia. But be honest, unless you want to live in bumfuck Egypt somewhere outside of Southeast Asia, it may not be a great idea. And in European countries, you got to understand that most of them are pretty damn expensive to go in, unless you want to go live in some godforsaken place like Bulgaria or some shit like that. Like, what is it, Passport TV? Was he living in Bulgaria or some, I don't know, some fucking crazy place? Yeah, you probably can you could probably, thrive out there, but is that a place you really want to go to just for your own survival? Big Birch came in. Hello. Frank, do you believe what Don C said about Cabin's visa status for the Philippines? There's no record, no blacklist. Um, Wait, it all goes on your record or whatever he did. Okay, it goes deeper than that. Oh, it goes back when he got the bowl and his knife and all the shit and shenanigans that went on there and his overstay for like 13 years. Okay, gotcha. Oh, no, that's against his record. You see, there's a couple of reasons why Kevin don't go back to the Philippines. He's avoiding it. It's because of the fact that maybe he is actually blacklisted from the Philippines. Secondary, which could be initially, but more secondary, is that he made some enemies out there, and that's why he got a bolo knife in his head, and he doesn't want to return. So that's a couple of the issues right there. Those are the two issues right there. Oh, there's a record. There's a record. Fuck yeah. Regent says someone on Discord posted a video of Passport TV's apartment. I heard something like that. That it's a tiny one bedroom, at least 60 years old apartment with a view of a brick wall. Yeah, I heard that. That must be true. I heard that. Passport may not be living on the high end of the horse that he pretend to be. If he has to live in something like that, he's either a minimalist. Maybe he's a minimalist. There's a lot of them. I don't know. He sounds like an intelligent guy. And I would think that he had the savvy to make money somehow. And he supposedly acts or boasts like he has all this money in the past. But, and I guess, I don't know what it is. He has family in, is it Bulgaria? I don't know what is the country there. Czechoslovakia, Bulgaria, one of these godforsaken places. And living in a tiny room like that. I don't get it. I honestly don't get it. Not totally, anyway. Yeah, I seen something of him when he was cutting up some food and stuff. I remember some video he was making some sausage or some shit like that or something. I don't know. I didn't see much, but it didn't look impressive. I could tell you that. Why would he do that? Well, that's his business anyway. Why does anybody do anything? That's his business to live in a country like that. I could not live. I don't know. I certainly couldn't live in Eastern Europe anyway. No, some good-looking women out there if you're single, but I couldn't. That couldn't be the reason alone. Especially living in it used to be war-torn countries and people under oppression and all that stuff. I don't know. I don't want to live in a terrible environment like that. But beware, Jim in Asia. He's going to be going down the tube. He'll find a reason. Mark my words. Put it on the calendar. Whatever you want to do. He'll find a reason to get out of Cambodia. I guarantee you it. Because he's going to put himself in a position. He was on his last video that I just seen of his. He was drunk as a skunk, man. Slurred speech, the whole bit. All he's got is his muscles, and that's not enough to get you by in life. It's really not. He claims he's got money, this not big contractor and all that, but he was literally begging for money for a coffee, he calls it, and pushing it and getting mad at people that didn't send him, and calling them names. And we've heard people do that before. I did that in jest, but there's some people doing it for real, Yeah, it was his newly painted. Yeah, the video was originally posted by Passport TV. He was showing his newly painted condo, but also show how poorly he was living. See, not everybody is real out there. Big Bird says Jim in Asia and Philip Janik have a lot in common. And they do, don't they? I don't know, where's Philip in these days anyway? I haven't heard of him. Region 6 says someone on Discord also proved that Passport TV was using other people's videos with Passport TV adding his own audio and voice. What a loser. Well, there's a lot of losers out there. Okay, what should I eat? How much power I have in the phone here? But I'll be honest with you, when I was off here for 3 months, whatever it's been, I always say whatever it's been because I wasn't measuring anything. I got to tell you, it was okay. It was okay just kind of listening in and not being part of all the buffoonery and bullshit on here and just watching people fighting with each other, and I wasn't involved in it. Really, it was a real circus out there. It still is. My God. I don't know what's with people, man. It's all you ever hear me say about people, what are they turning out to be? What is this country? What does this world come down to? But it's the truth, isn't it? That's why this world is falling apart. I'm almost happy I'm on my age, to be honest with you, I don't know if I really want to experience what the world is coming to in the next 20 years or so. Oh God, I can't even imagine the way things are now, how divided we are. How divided we are on YouTube. We're all divided here on YouTube. Let's face it, we're all divided. I'm divided with certain people. We're all fucking divided. You gotta come together right now. Oh, I got a good audience this morning, but I'll tell you, I got it a couple of times yesterday, and I gotta tell you, bad timing, I don't know what it was. I had nobody. I just had to cancel a video. I had nobody viewing. Absolutely fucking nobody. And I just deleted the video. And I thought, if people that tired of me, they missed me when I was gone. So when I came back, all right, they came back in force, but not even really in force. And then all of a sudden they just disappeared on me. So people tell me, no, Frank, we need you on here, stay on. And I'd like to answer, you got what, 13 people here? Tell me the truth, who's willing to say something. Why do you want me on YouTube? Why do you think I should keep on keeping on? Why? What do I offer to YouTube? Obviously, I don't have a lot of subscribers, and I don't think that's ever going to happen. I'm not monetized. How does it benefit me? Why don't you tell me point blank? Point blank. I could take it. Point blank. Why should I stay on YouTube? What are you saying, Birch? Frank, any comments on the guy from Gilda Zumba posting about you? Huh? Gilda Zumba? What are you talking about? Let me read that again. Frank, any comments on the guy from Gilda Zumba posting about who's a good storyteller? That I am. Oh, he said your morning shows are just too early, man. I roll around 7 a.m. and your show is halfway done. Okay, I get it. In other words, I should be about a 10 o'clocker show rather than. And what is about a Zoomer guy? What is that all about? I have no idea. Let me read that again. Big Bird says, Frank, any comments on the guy from Gilda Zumba posting about you? Who is this guy in Gilda Zumba? There's mostly women in her Zumba thing, first of all, but I have no idea. Who is this guy supposed to be? What name does he go under on here? Where is he? Where is he posting? Region 6 says you should stay because it's a hobby for you. You need to fill your day up with things, or Philippines can get. I don't care who you are, how much money you have. Philippines can get boring, especially for an old stud like me. Um, Big Bird says, going by the name Traveling with Care. Traveling with Care? I might have heard that. So you're saying that he's talking about me, or is he talking about Gilda? What exactly is he saying? What exactly is he talking about? So you're saying that Gilda's Zumba instructor is talking about me. Well, I don't know. Why would Gilda's Zumba instructor talk about me? What reason would he have to do that? That I don't understand that. Regurgitate a few syllables on that. What is he actually saying? Gilda's Zumba instructor laughed my ass off. Yeah, that seems legit. Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know. Why would Gilda's Zumba instructor talk about me? Don't even know me. And she doesn't have just one. She goes to two different places sometimes. Oh, that. All right, that's a troll. Yeah, that's a troll. There's no reason for Gilda's Zumba instructor to talk about me or why. That wouldn't make any sense at all. You don't want to say buying jewelry, pawns, and reselling them, and an affair. Okay, obviously it was a troll. There you go. That ends that. Yeah. The detail of the lady and the investment you made. You can find that information right here. I've talked about that. That's not unknown information. I've spoken about that. Here's some interesting, Gilda. They claim that there's a guy who has a show called Traveling. Let's see. Let's get the name of this show. Traveling with Care, and it's supposed to be your Zoom instructor, and what this guy, who's a troll anyway, Big Birch, is saying, go by the name Travel with Care. He's Gilda's instructor. He talks about you both. And let's see, Big Birch says, buying jewelry, pawns, and reselling them, and an affair. The Big Birch says, the details about the lady and the investment you made, that this guy is supposedly talking about that. Regent says, Frank, there are actually some real weirdos in this genre who believe this crap. I know. So they're claiming that this Zumba instructor is talking about me and Gilda, supposedly her instructor. And he knows this, knows that, knows about her deal with somebody out here over money and all this other
Nice.
shit. She's laughing. Yeah, she's just yeah, she's definitely yeah. Look at her. Look at her. She's laughing at that.
It's nothing to get.
Just a lot of shizmiz, a lot of bullshit. It's a troll, obviously, trialing whatever, with care, whatever. I believe I've seen that name somewhere on people's shows commenting. I believe I've seen that name before. Now that I recall. Yeah. Oh, yeah, it's all said that I got fucked over on a land deal or something. No, we never got fucked over on any land deal. We did buy land near the port and made a lot of money on it one time, but that was a good land deal. But we never got fucked on a land deal. Just had to do with a personal investment. That was a very good investment for the most part, actually. Then it turned kind of sour because people weren't paying her money, and she couldn't pay them back, and that's what happened. It happens all the time. That crazy love of mine. Uh, Nothing crazy. Was there a loss of money? Yeah, there was. But the interest that we made on it was pretty profitable. Made up for about 65% of the investment. It's not a total loss, but it's not over yet, you know. She decides she wants to do a civil suit on there, she'll do that. You know, it didn't send us to the poorhouse or nothing, but even a good thing could turn bad. That's why I just don't get involved in it. And believe me, an Indian had nothing to do with this. It wasn't a 5-6 that people were also stating. It says it's a very long post. Check it out. My thoughts, it's Brevis. Yeah, more than likely. Brevis would fit into that. Yeah, Brevis would do something like that. He goes under a lot of names on here. I don't know what he does with his time. I think he's a part-time troll in his life. I think, what does he do with himself during the day? Is he still with his girlfriend and the baby, or did he leave them high and dry? Get somebody else pregnant? What else, you know? Yeah, I said we do got characters on here. A very long post. I'd have to. Let me hook up again. I'd have to check it out. I'd have to check it out. I've got some time here. I'll check it out. Yeah, it's obviously a troll because Gilda's Zumba instructor, and there's actually more than one. There's different Zumbas, and she don't go all the time either. You know, how is he going to know all this crap about me or deep into her life and personal things? So that's why it's a lot of bullshit. And he's going to devote a channel basically about that. Yeah, you know it's a troll, obviously. I'll check it out. Let's see. What do you got here? Weather update. Oh, not again. Uwan. We already had Uwan. Isn't Uwan over with?
No, you
Hit
want
the
to
screening.
return.
Uwan wants to return to the Philippines as a Category 1,
All areas.
all areas again, entering the Philippines area of responsibility. I love saying that. So so they're saying it's the same storm that did a turnaround and said, I like it in the Philippines. I'm coming back. It's more fun in the Philippines, man. Just when you thought it was all over, Uwan liked it enough to want to come back and make another visit. What a good tourist Uwan is, huh? Uwan loves the Philippines. I'm sorry, but sometimes you can't you can't help laughing at this stuff. You really can't, you know. Hitting all areas. Do you realize though if you've seen the overall satellite image of that storm, did you guys realize that that storm basically covered It didn't affect every area, but it covered the whole goddamn country of the Philippines. If you've seen the satellite images of that they showed, that was huge. And from satellite view, that was intense. We got a good audience this morning. We had 16 in here, so 14 is good. How about a little thumbs up, boys, just for the road? Just for old time's sake. Do a couple of thumbs up on here. Make the old boy feel happy. Or not. Uwang sounds more like Utang. Utang. Well, they have two different names. If it's in the Philippines, they have a Filipino name. If it's not, they give it another name. So they give two names to storms in the Philippines. They're very creative. Oh well, when you live in the Philippines, you got to take everything that comes at you. Or don't live out here because expect the unexpected or expect the expected. Both of them. Expect it. It's a very mysterious place, the Philippines. My God, it's probably one of the worst places in the world. They quoted for every possible geological, every possible event, weather event in the world, right here in the Philippines. That goes from twisters to tornadoes to super typhoons to earthquakes to volcanoes going off to you name it. Come to the Philippines, it's more fun. But they got rid of that slogan. I forgot what they replaced it for. They came up with another cutesy replacement, very short and sweet. I forgot what it was, but they don't have that anymore. They realize it's not that much fun in the Philippines, that thing was not going to attract people and what did it? They only did that recently because of the fact of all the hurricanes and shit that was going on and seismic events. They had to change that slogan because it ain't more fun in the Philippines. That's why they're not coming here because they're afraid of all these weather events and so forth. Okay, Big Birch says that Travel with Care is a Bantayan expat whose wife did Zumba with Gilda. That's what he's saying. Well, there's a lot of people who's done Zumba with Gilda. If there's any truth to that at all, it could be somebody very jealous of Gilda. Because Gilda is Gilda, man. She is a princess of the rodeo. She is absolutely a charming woman. She's she's a pretty woman. She's very sociable. People like her. She's got that. Some people don't. She's got that. Regent says, apparently they thought an earthquake and typhoon hit Cebu at the same time, but it was just a sweaty Ricky walking to SNR. The last time I saw him at SNR, speaking of Ricky, oh man, he was a sweaty mess. He's with the rag. He was soaked from head to toe. You see, he walks from his five-star apartment at the Decca Homes, which is a very low-income complex. And he was sweaty. I mean, the electrolytes he must have been losing, and surprised he didn't collapse. Then he mentioned about, this is the only shorts I got. I can't find, we're looking at his belly because it was so big. He says, I can't find any shorts that fit me, he said. So apparently he was rewashing those shorts over and over again. That's how big his tummy was. Wow. So that's interesting. I'll read that again. Big Bird says, Travel with Care is a Bantayan expat whose wife did Zumba with Gilda. Well, Gilda does Zumba with a lot of women out here. Oh, wait, he's an entire... Okay, so the guy's wife did Zumba with Gilda. Okay. Well, if you want to believe everything you hear on here, then I definitely got lots of hectares of land to sell you at 10% the price. Oh, the things they come up with on here, really. Oh yeah, one of the things I heard in the past that one of our old trike drivers was in cahoots with the trolls and reporting information about us and all that. Oh, that was a good one. That was a good one. Never happened. See, we treat people good out here. They would have nothing bad to say about us. The only person who would have a bad thing to say about me is somebody I still have a case going with, who was a guy who put some shit out on Facebook, and I still have a case with that. In fact, let's check the date on that, Gilda. Can we check the date on that? Yeah, and that guy came up with a lot of shit, and I don't have any enemies here in Bantayan. I don't associate with, for proven reason. I don't associate with any expats out here. I mean, there's a guy up the block I don't really get along with, and he knows I'm on social media. I mean, I wouldn't put it past him, but I wouldn't. Yeah, that would be the only person I could ever think of. That's kind of interesting you mentioned that. That's always a possibility. But all in all, I think it's just a troll out there. But it's not beyond disbelief that somebody would do that. Yeah, there is somebody in the neighborhood that I really don't get along with. I mean, I don't even talk to the guy really. I used to, but nevertheless, I guess his wife does go to Zumba now and then. No, she doesn't go to. Okay, he's out of the picture then. He doesn't go. His wife don't go to Zumba. Okay, so it's a troll. There you go. Okay, gentlemen. I haven't even eaten anything this morning. I got to figure what they. Should I make some pancakes this morning? What do I have to? Do I have any butter left? I do have to use butter on my pancakes. I mean, come on. I use cinnamon though, but I don't know. Pancakes not really healthy unless you mix some oatmeal with it. Let see. Democrats are holding their own in restricting something. There was a little news thing that came on here. Okay, I know nobody otherwise that I've had bad interactions with where I live, and I do mean nobody. Nobody since I've ever lived
Just
here.
make the story
Yeah,
true.
Gilda said, mentioned making stories up. Have I had any bad interactions with people, Gilda, since I've lived out here? She said no. And Gilda's nothing but a gem. I mean, everybody loves Gilda. Everybody loves Gilda. There's not anybody, unless you have some jealous female friends, and that's possible, because some of them are not living as well. They don't have a house and all that shit, That's always a possibility, but I don't see really that
I
any
don't
one of her
care.
so-called friends are going to go against her. I mean, it's not out of the realms of impossibility, but I still don't see that. I don't see that. Yeah. She doesn't see that either. Is it impossible? No, it's not impossible, but it's improbable. You know, there is jealousy among Filipinos. There always is. That one person's living better than the other. One person's living in some shimmy shack. Well, we got a pretty good sized house, a nice house actually. It's not a very bad house at all. There is a certain amount of jealousy. I mean, people are human. They get jealous. Oh, yeah. It's possible. Anything is possible. But I just say it's improbable. It's improbable. Okay, with that being said, I got to go eat or something and do something. I should have been exercising or doing something, which I haven't since I got up. We're talking to you wonderful people out here. 17 strong, so it's a good morning for me for my shitty little channel. People are saying, stay on, stay on. He says, you give great stories. I am a good storyteller. I know how to carry a story. I know how to carry myself. Even my tempo when I talk. Sometimes you listen to people, and I know a number of them that talk like, well, and I think, then there's silence and you don't hear anything. That bores the shit out of people. You got to talk at my pace. It's a very controlled pace. I get things out that I want to say, and I get it out pronto. I don't talk, well, I think about Jim and Asia. I couldn't listen to that shit. It's turn off, man. It's throw your fucking phone against the fucking wall type of stuff. But when I come on here, I have a good pace to my voice. It's not too fast. It's not too slow. I'm not Nico. We're 90 miles per hour like he's on fucking speed or something. I can't listen to that. It'll drive my anxiety through the fucking wall just listening to it. That's why I can't listen. I haven't even gone to Nico's show for a while. He talks just so fucking fast. And then when that new guy came on and who got off, which was Tropical Martini, nobody could handle it. He got off on his own accord because he had a bad case of, I don't know, hyperactivity, ADDH, whatever you call it. He was ahead of himself in everything he spoke. He'd interrupt his guest or walking in the street or people he considered made his friends with, He would interrupt their train of thought constantly. And you go, and by the way, and I don't mean to interrupt, and he gets into a whole different tangent, then tries to come back to what he talked about, then interrupts himself again. And it's like, man, you can't listen to that kind of shit. I can't listen to that kind of shit. Your pace and your timing, has to be just right. You can't listen to. There's some people on here I just can't listen to. Do you remember when Roberto used to come on? He couldn't carry a show. But it's the same thing about Kevin. He can't carry a show. He lets all the trolls on his show do all the talking. He'll just intermittently come in with a comment. When Roberto used to be on, I don't know if he's alive or dead or he's brain dead now, but he didn't know what to talk about. And that was him. He couldn't carry a show. I could carry a show. I could ad-lib like there's no tomorrow. I could come up with a topic in a split second. With a split second. I'm not lacking topic matter on here. I talk about everything from soup to nuts, and literally soup to nuts. Health things, political things, which I don't like. Worldwide things going on. The state of the affair of people. Everything from people's attitudes, their aggression, to the mental illness, which is very prevalent in our society, that you experience right here on you. There's lots to talk about. And I do that on my show. I keep a good pace at it, and that's why the people who come by like to listen to me. And I am totally shocked that I don't have 100,000 viewers, because I don't promote my channel. I don't put tags in there. I don't do anything. Maybe I should. I don't know. Maybe I just don't really care. Because YouTube has been nothing for trouble with me anyway. Whether it's me or somebody else, there's always somebody out there that ain't going to like this person or that person or me for whatever reason or made up reason. Whether it's being green-eyed monsters of jealousy, whether the fact that they are not capable of doing a show, whether they're not even living in the Philippines or living their life vicariously through a lot of us characters on.
So after Bais, we're gonna have a nice 4-lane highway. Then I'm gonna wait that. Then we can go fast. Dave, look at this public marketplace. I don't even know what the hell is that. Metro. Oh my goodness. Damn, they finally fixed.
This isn't just any tea. Nobody makes tea like I do in the morning. What I put into that, not necessarily made for taste, more medicinal. You got green tea. Okay, always. You also have turmeric in there. You also got black pepper to synergize turmeric. Also got ginger in there. Okay. And a touch of, what else I put in it? Oh, cinnamon. And last but not least, a whole squeezed lemon. Why lemon? Why not? Well, actually, there's a reason for that. To help dissolve, oxalates, having to do with preventative kidney stones. This is quite a cup of tea I put together every morning. It's a ritual. So real. It's so real. You know, everybody talks about the ifs and don'ts of the Philippines, right? Okay, we're going to get into one topic that somebody else just came up with having to do with his own family and what happened. But I want to share this as a good example of what you need to know. What you got, baby?
Spaghetti.
Oh, spaghetti? Oh, we might get that on the bed. This towel. Okay. And you can listen to this too, Gilda. I'm doing it live. Now, this guy, Steven, who lives near Mindanao, and you guys will get the story from this. You know, wak wak. Well, anyway, they're very superstitious out here. They believe in evil spells. Now, here's the deal. Steven's wife was very close to the grandmother. And the rest of the family didn't give a fuck, right? So the grandmother had this nice piece of land, whatever, right? So she left this land to Steven's wife. So the rest of the family was jealous. So she figured, well, I don't know, maybe I should divide it and give the family. I'm doing live, but you could talk.
Even the grandmother said they lived at the lot, so they get.
Oh, they were giving her. They gave the grandmother the wak wak. They wanted her to die. She probably died over the stress about the land, and they think that they, you know, maybe killed the grandmother with the wak wak. But so what's going on now is that Steven's wife, you know, was going to be nice about the situation, and she was going to say, okay, like I'll give a third to whatever, you know, happy.
No.
Well,
They get the law.
that was not good enough.
They get the law.
Yeah, this.
They divided how many person?
No. The grandma left specifically the land only to one person. This guy, Steven's wife.
Even if, how about the grandma? They get the other kids.
No, it's who she legally left it to.
What legally? The transfer?
I suppose they were legal papers.
I don't believe that.
You don't believe it? Well, I don't know. I'm going to go by Steven's story. Anyway, Steven's story, you know, Philippines through the eyes of an expat. You know, hello, you lovely people.
Because here in Philippines, different, especially at the lot. They kill even your brother or your sister or your. They kill each other.
And they'll kill you.
Yeah.
Family, man. I'm talking about family. So, if you just tuned in, it's. So she decided to be generous. Well, you know, maybe I'll just give a third of the lot, you know, to be happy, shut him up. But no, that wasn't good. That wasn't good enough. In fact, they'd like to take over the whole damn thing. And let's cause problems. Now they want to give the evil curse, wak wak, you know. They want to do a little wak wak deal on the on Steven's wife, who happens to be pregnant, hoping maybe that the child dies or something. Hey, this is for real stuff. I don't mean the wak wak, but I mean what they do. How evil family can turn on you. As Steven said, and I say, when it comes to money and land, family ain't family no more. They will turn on your ass. They will turn on you. Anything over money and land, they will turn on you. So then a lot of people were making comments on Steven's show, right? Don't accept any food, anything to drink, anything from these families. They'll kill you. They'll kill you for 500 pesos. That's the scary part about the Philippines. That's the scary part. All right? That's the scary part.
It's okay, the wak-wak, then
The wak-wak.
black magic.
Black magic, wak-wak, whatever. It's real. I mean, I don't believe in it, but they do. And everybody wants their share in a family. For example, you know, as much. And I don't know about Gilda's family, though. They never really asked us for anything. But if we became super wealthy or something, you know, well, especially if something was going hard, they'd come around one way or the other. I believe. Well, you know, why don't you help us out? Why don't you do this? Why don't you do that? Okay. The best thing I could tell you, if you develop any wealth from any source, don't even discuss it with your own family. It's the worst thing you can do. And even if you have money, make believe you're broke. Make believe you're broke. They'll be there at your door. Relatives you haven't seen for years will show up. I remember when I was at Leyte, and my memory goes back good, when Gilda's mom used to live in Leyte. We were visiting there, and it was some relative, some cousin showed up, figuring, you know, I'm a foreigner and I had all this money. And what was he trying to borrow money or something, Gilda? Hmm? You remember? Hmm. Yeah. Right away, she showed up. This is what happens out here. So yeah, I mean, Philippines can be a very dangerous place when it comes to money or land. You know? If you owe somebody a lot of money here, boy, I know somebody that should be worried, but, you know, we wouldn't do anything crazy, you know? We wouldn't do that. That should be concerned because it's not just us they fucked over. Oh, no. It's not just us. They should be wary. So, if you're going to deal with Filipinos and to do with land, anything to do with money, and it is true, the advice you've heard through the years, you could follow that advice. Move as far as you can from the relatives. Move as far as you can away from the relatives, because every time something comes up, there's always going to be something coming up. You know, a relative's kid is sick. You know, need money for an operation. Or Uncle Bobo hasn't been working and we got to buy food. And, you know, they try to become dependents of you, you know, and hey, this is not true. Of course it is. Next thing you know, you got all these fucking dependents. Oh, you lent them money last time, won't you do it now? And if you don't help them out and you've helped them before, they'll turn on your ass. They will turn on your ass big fucking time. Big time. It's dangerous in that way. So don't start giving, and you won't have that problem from day one. And for you fresh foreigners that are moving out here, you meet a woman and everything else, don't tell her how much money you have or don't have or whatever. Don't say anything at all. Don't discuss your finances if you just meet a woman out here. Save yourself a lot of trouble, but especially a lot of foreigners try to impress a Filipino by helping her family out. They bring you to meet the family, and you see the living conditions they're living under. Oh, I should really help, but it's going to score points for me to help out the family. She's going to love, oh, she'll love you for that. Oh, she'll love you for less than that. I love you a long time. Love you a long time. As long as you're going to put that money out, man, they'll be there like the cats I feed in the back. They're always showing up when we cook. They tell me I love you a long time. As long as you feed me, we show up and we love you. And they're never going away. And neither will people out here. You start giving them money out here, they're not going away. But the scary thing about this, the scary thing about this is if you don't give in to them, if you don't give in to them and you don't help them out, they will turn on your ass big time. You could even die, get poisoned from them. Like in Stephen's case, he's talking about, he makes up a lot of stories. It's hard to believe Stephen, but let's just say he's telling the truth. It doesn't sound too unbelievable to me because that's what they do. So the grandmother had land, and it was Stephen's wife. There's always the one that took care of the grandmother, always cared for her the most, and that's why the grandmother gave her the land. Okay, so the others now complaining big time. See, she offered to give some parcel of land to them, right? To be kind. She didn't have to. Land was, but Gilda thinks different about something here, and I'll explain that in a minute. So she offered to do that. That wasn't good enough. Now, they want it all or whatever. It's not enough. It's not enough land. It's not enough land. Now they're threatening her with the evil eye and the what do they call it? Muck muck or what is it called?
Walk, walk.
Walk walk. They're threatening her with the walk walk. Warthog says, Frank, that troll channel said you and your lady will want to be loan sharks. I don't know where you're getting your fucking information from, Warthog. We don't lend anybody to people. We did an investment with somebody. That's all I'm going to say. Had nothing to do with a 5-6 situation. Had nothing to do with an Indian. No, we weren't.
You know what walk walk?
What's walk walk?
Vampinik.
Huh?
Vampinik.
Vampinic. Like a vampire?
Yeah, listen like that.
Oh, like they're going to suck.
Vampinic bird, like a creature, like
Like a
in the
creature? Oh my
Philippines.
God. Oh my God. And it didn't go good, Warthog. I tried to go to that channel. I can't find it. Maybe you could put up a link because I don't have that channel. Oh, here, Wak Wak is explained, and let me tell you how it's spelled. W-A-K, W-A-K. The Wak Wak is a vampiric bird-like creature like Yaya in Philippine mythology. It is said to snatch humans at night as prey, similar to the Manananggal and the
Manananggal.
Ikat in rural areas of the Philippines. Oh my goodness. My goodness.
Walk, walk.
The Wak Wak. Well, the only truthful thing you said, Warthog, was that people were too poor to pay the lady back. Yeah, that's true. That's true. That part is true. No, we had no problem in the beginning. We had no problem. I'm making really good interest every month. It really supplemented my pension. Big time. Is that a picture of the Wak Wak?
Yeah.
Scary creatures. Big wings like a pterodactyl or something. Oh my
It's
God.
like
Yeah.
bat.
It looked like a big bat. Yeah. I'm going to quickly go out and have a cig. And yeah, no, that's true, Warthog. That would be the only true thing. Because I mentioned that. That's where they brought it up, or whoever it is. I already mentioned that. That's where they got their information from. Yeah, what happened was, but what she did was, when she was getting all this money from people, she went out and put money down on a car she was driving around. We've been in her car. Or whatever, let's just say she bought things and, things like that. She bought things. Okay. Figuring that, everything was going to go really well. And it was for a while. I mean, this could happen to just about anybody out here. One lady even committed suicide because she was so overborrowed from people and everything from 5, 6. There was someone that did investment with her, wound up killing herself because she couldn't pay her back and she couldn't pay all the other people back. And that included Indians and banks and I don't know, you name it. You name it. Yeah. Got pretty bad. Yeah, well, that's usually happens. People are too poor. People want to borrow money, but they don't want to pay it back. Well, the general rule out here, anybody wants to borrow money from you, forget about it back. No, we were fine. And, we did good for 75% of the time. I mean, very good. It was a good investment she made while things were good. I couldn't complain about it. But then things turned sour. Unfortunately, it's called estafa. Well, actually, it's going to be probably a civil case going on with this. Oh, it's not just us. Oh, no. Many other people, too. One of Gilda's good friends out here is involved with that, too, on her own. A number of other people. She was writing bad checks on her checks from the bank to people to pay them off and some crazy shit, man. What's that, Warthog? Troll said that you had a proposition, I did, for the poor people to work like slave wages to lend you, huh? I don't think so. Let me read that. I had a proposition for the poor people to work like slave wages to tend to your home. I was like, no. Slave wages. Oh, dude. Yes, as you know, it's a troll. We pay all our work that we ever had at this house for any project. We pay them very well. It's not only the Pacquiao thing, you know. No, we pay them very well. Even pay our trike driver a lot more than what it actually comes to, because he takes us all over and waits for us and all that shit. No, we're very generous when we can. Don't even mind it. Send a link. I'd like to see this channel. I remember the name of it, and I went to look it up, and I don't see it. Well, it is bull. Of course, it's bullshit. Slave wages? Hell no. In fact, there are times that we're just too generous. I say to go, what are you giving them that much for? How many hours were they here? You know, no, no. You know, oh well, they had to do that. Okay, all right. Did they get the job done right? Okay, good. Okay, then, yeah. No, we don't pay nobody no stupid $350 a fucking day or something for work. We do it the other way around. We just pay them for the job. It's not for the day. What do you call Pacquiao? Not the fighter, but you know, there's two ways of paying. But they prefer to just get the job done. They don't want to work a whole day. They want to get the job done and get paid. This way they can move on to another job and make more money. They don't want a day's wages. You know, if they can make, well, if they can get a day's wages in a couple of hours or an hour, shit, it's really good times for them. It's really good times. Oh, hell yeah. Hold on, I gotta get some water to drink here, if you don't mind. I know, you want to go back in here. Go ahead, go in the air conditioned room, go ahead. I lost my living room. They're all in my living room. Except me and Gilda in the bedroom. I said, fuck it, fuck the price of the fucking air conditioning. We're turning the, you know, they're sitting in my chair, mind you, my chair. They're all on their phones or who's sleeping. They're all in there. So I gotta resort to my bedroom. Oh, maybe I'll get a little amorous or something past the time. I don't know. But I got my air conditioner on my room. Fuck it. Ah, there we go. Nice and cool. Yeah. Your legs, baby. She's got legs. She knows how to use it. She's got legs. She's looking at me with this face. You know, to go in here, the troll said that we had a proposition for the poor people to work like slave wages to lend to your home. It was like, no way. No, we didn't pay people no slave wages, not around here. I don't think so. Yeah, it's a pretty warm one out there. I just came back from Bantai to get a few shits. And, yeah, it's pretty hot. A few things I wanted to do, but I said, fuck it, you know. I had, you know, got my frozen broccoli, which I've been looking for. Just one store only sells it. Of course, it's defrosted, but there's nothing bad with defrosting the broccoli and putting it back in the freezer right away. So I got a couple of bags of that. Not telling you everything I got, but, you know, broccoli. I've seen broccoli to buy it. You know, I think they were listening to me at that store in town in Santa Fe when I used to talk to them about, I'm not buying that broccoli. I'm not buying a stem. I don't eat the stem. So you remember when we got that piece of broccoli in there? They cut the stem off. It was ready on
Like
this.
that again.
Yeah, well, that's the way it should be.
When you bought that one in the carbon market, the same, they still have stem.
No, but this time we went there. Remember, I just bought that broccoli.
They don't cut that one. Why man they cut? If they buy that one there in...
No, they cut that one.
It's like that already when they buy in carbon.
They bought it in carbon. It was that way. But how come they always sell broccoli with the big fat stems as big as
They
my?
don't buy the broccoli in carbon if they don't have order from the restaurant. After that one, they got left.
Okay. Well, yeah. Yeah, it's a big practice over here. You go to buy broccoli, and I like to have fresh. I'd rather have fresh, but I don't mind frozen because you use what you want, put it back in the freezer until you want to use it again. When you buy fresh broccoli, you got to only buy for what you're going to eat for that night, for dinner, or lunch, or even breakfast, whatever you have it for. But what they do on the stands, you got this little tiny head of broccoli, a crown on there. You got a big ass stem, about the size of Barry's arms. It's skinny, but it's skinny, but it's fatter than Barry's arms, and that's where the weight comes from. And you're paying for the weight because you're buying by weight, by kilo. You're buying by kilo. That's how it works. They had fresh carrots though yesterday. A lot of times you get this dirty-looking, uncleaned carrots, that look like they're like a rubber band. You could bend them and it'll go boing. I'm not gonna buy that shit unless you get desperate for carrots. And we were in a store today that did have some celery, but I told you about here. The celery is about as thin as a pencil. Figure of pencil. That's how thin it is. In America, or go to special places like Baguio or some places, you're going to get real celery. It's thick. It's wide. It's got the girth. You know what I'm saying? It's got the girth. Here it's like a fucking pencil. You're going to pay up your ass for that pencil worth of it's amazing. Yeah, it's really hard to find good, fresh produce. They'll sell it till it's gone. They won't get rid of it. We haven't been buying any sweet potatoes in town here because they're rotted to shit. Oh, and by the way, another health hint for you guys. Don't buy any regular potatoes if you see green on the skin or inside the potato. It's actually a toxin that grows. So make sure that you look at the potatoes. That's why, like in America, they clean the potatoes off and everything, mostly they do. If it's on the actual stand. Although if it comes in a bag, you probably have to wash them off. But if you see any green, this could save your life. If you see any green color on your potato, regular white potatoes, don't eat it. And especially if it's inside, don't eat it. Also, if the eyes are all growing out of the potato real crazy, don't eat that either. Okay? Free advice. I don't charge you. I'm not monetized here. I'm not looking for money. I don't need a cup of coffee. I'm not begging for anything. This is free advice from me to you to appreciate or not. Throw it out the window. Don't care what you do with it. I'm good at giving advice. I don't always take my own advice, but mostly I do. But the advice I give you is real. It's free. No tariffs, no charges, nothing. Use it or abuse it. But yeah, back to the whack. They are extremely superstitious out here. And please don't make the mistake of getting in the habit of, look, if you're close to her relatives and you really like the family members, if you got the money and a medical situation or something came up, sure, man, help them. Absolutely. If you can do it, they weren't asking you. Do it. They shouldn't have to ask you. If you like certain members of the family, they've treated you righteously, and they never usually ask you for money, that's where you come in and be the good guy. Help them out. Yeah. That's a whole different scenario than them having expectations from you because the guy happens to be from America or wherever, and you'll figure everybody's rich. If you could fly in a plane, you must got money. Not everybody does. Not everybody does. Not everybody does. They think, they think that everybody's just chock full of fucking money. Fuck no. Hey man, I walk around with a fucking wallet. I mean, look at my wallet. Look at my wallet. That's my wallet. Well, actually, my wallet got that way because I put it in. I put it in the washer in my pants. Fuck! Look at my. I'm so broke that look. I'm so broke that look at my wallet. Look at my wallet. Frank needs a new wallet. Look at that wallet. I'm broke as a fucking skoke. Even my wallet. Look. Huh? I'm broke as a fucking skoke. I ain't got no fucking money. Got no fucking money. What do I got? Chump change. I got chump change in my wallet. I got chump change. Chump change. Need a new wallet. I put it in the fucking washer. So, it wouldn't be the first time. It wouldn't be the last. I put money in the washer. It's called laundered money. True laundered money. There you go. So, remind me to get a new wallet. So some store. I don't give a shit. If it accommodates, what I need to put in there, fine. I don't need a fancy wallet. They don't last anyway. I used to buy those wallets made of like a nylon or something. Comes in blue colors, whatever. You don't need nothing fancy. Just somewhere to put your money. Just don't carry your money with you all the time. That's not a good thing. And you're at the ATM, just hide what you're punching in on those numbers and try to hide how much money's coming out of the machine and all that stuff. Because people are looking. You don't think they're looking. If someone gets desperate enough, wham, bam, thank you, ma'am, they're going to run away. And you ain't never going to see your money again. The bad thing about that, if they took your wallet, oh my God, what if your cards, which is your life preserver for for America, you got your debit cards or something in there. So, other piece of advice is, if you're going to use a debit card, go out with only the debit card that you're going to be using for that particular bank for that day. If you have another debit card from another bank, leave it at home. Because if you lose both of them, you're going to be in trouble. And the main one, if you draw your money from the United States, like I do, I cannot afford to lose that card. I could always get a new card, but I wouldn't be able to have access to my pension money. It'll cost about $75 for the bank to issue a new card. It could take about a week or so. Have to be express mail. Yeah. Big Brother is watching. Big Brother. Hello, Mr. Fazio, man. So there you go. Steven's situation, real or not, I don't know, but it does happen. The walk, which is a evil-looking, devilish-looking bat bird will come and kill you, or they'll poison you. And this is family, mind you. This is family. It's blood. It's blood. Only reason I'm not dead for my daughter is because, well, they live too far away. But I'm sure. But she's not religious, though, unless she changed. She could be there burning candles with my picture, say, die, motherfucker, die. I don't know. Anything's possible, man. Through the years, through the years, she's developed a little bit of psychosis. She could be sitting there putting pins in a fucking voodoo doll, for all I fucking know. Would it surprise me? No. But especially out here in the Philippines, man, you just gotta watch your ass. Like, I did something stupid one time during a religious festival. I felt I loved the people of the town and the poor people, and I was out giving 100 notes, 200, I gave 500, I gave 1,000. Somebody was probably watching me and said, this guy's got money. He's giving out money. Don't do that. I know out of your good heart you want to do that to help some extra poor people out. You could do things privately. That's probably the best way to do it. The guy says, I love the shows lately, sir. You brought the game back to life. There's no game here, man. This show is reality. There's no games going on my show. So you're going to have to rephrase that word. We just tell it like it is. Bring your friends over. Subscribe. Let's get this show on the road. Remember, it's always been a really big shoe, my channel. Let's make it the biggest shoe size that we could possibly make it. Okay? Brought the genre back to life. I always bring the genre back to life. What's out there? The same old shit? Rehashing the same old freaking age-old hash? The cost of living, how to find a Filipina, be careful that the Filipina don't cheat you, how much is rent, where's the best place to move, to meet other foreigners. Well, we know that. Go to Dummageddon and get dumbed out. I'd never go there, just out of curiosity. I wouldn't even go there, man. Big thumbs up from Mr. Fazio. The spirit of Michael Fazio is on my channel. There you go. Michael's here in spirit. Remember Michael from Halloween. Okay. Yeah. So be careful with that, man. Yes, it's strange as hell, but I don't think it's just in this culture either. Although we talk about it where, watch out for family members with the curse thing. Did they do that in Italy too? They call it the evil eye. And what was the name of that? We had an Italian, I think it was called the Maluk. The Maluk. In Italian, I think it was called the Maluk. That was the evil eye. Someone gives you the evil eye, the Maluk. Oh, then you were destined for, for bad. Too many expats in Dummageddon. Hello, MLSO, back again. Oh, yeah, the Maluk. The evil eye. And the Italians believed in it too. They were superstitious too. Not as much as the Filipinos, but pretty damn close. The evil eye. The evil eye. And I'll tell you, people, they 100% believe in this shit. Then you got the real radical ones, They go as far as getting a likeness of you, make a fucking voodoo doll of it. They somehow get a piece of your hair on a brush or something, They make a doll that kind of looks like you. It has some article of something that belongs to you on it. Whether it's hair or something or an object of yours. Oh, yeah. And they do. They stick pins in it. They try to break its arm. They throw it against the wall. They light a candle even to do it, too. It's done all the time. It's done all the time. Scary, huh? Oh, remember when I lit my candle? On years ago. I lit a candle. In a dark red room. I lit a candle. People got scared when I did that. They didn't want the Italian Maluk. Who could forget that? A lot of people you probably have. Remember the candle burning? Oh yeah. People are getting scared of that one, man. Gotta admit though, a lot of the stuff I say comes true, doesn't it though? If you go back historically on my show, I made a few predictions here and there that turned out to be true. People didn't see it, but I did. I kind of knew it was going to happen before it did. If they kept it, well, it was just logic. There was a lot of logic in there, actually. I don't think any supernatural powers were involved, but I had a good way of just kind of figuring things out because I read between the lines very well. And I look at the evidence with the people, their diet, what shape they in, all the visceral fat in their belly, their diet, the things they eat, if they're active, age, everything. I put it together in a nice, make an equation out of it and come up with my theories about whether they're a candidate or not for living a long time. I can't name all of them that died, and they were all trolls too. Fazio was like one of the biggest. He's been dead now a year or more. How long has he been dead? I don't even know. It's been a year and a half, 2 years. How long has it been? I don't even know. That guy was pure evil, man. Pure evil. He's lucky I didn't tell him about the Italian Malouk on him. He would get scared. He would not have bothered me again. Because I'm sure he believed in a Malouk. The evil eye. He would have just stopped in his tracks. Because most Italians, they do believe in that shit. No, they do. Don't kid yourself. I don't want to give anybody the Malouk out here. Don't let me give you the Malouk. Don't let it get to that. I gave Barry the Malouk. He don't really know it, understand it. I gave him the Malouk. He's still suffering in jail. The Malouk. Don't let me do that. Don't let me do that. It comes out true many, many times. All right, so back to Steven. Yeah, I think Steven's kind of pushing it out there, you know. Steven just built this house. He's got a real problem. And in my advice, I don't think he listens to my show, to tell you the truth. But I think what Steven needs to do, I think he really needs to, I think he's pretty much finished with the house. I think that Steven needs to sell that house. And they need to remove themselves from that area, go buy a house or rebuild, whatever they want to do, and don't tell any relatives where, and get this word to him too, and don't tell anyone where they are. As far as I'm concerned, if the grandmother left his wife the land, it's her fucking land. Now, she could hold on to it for 20 years. Steven would probably be dead by that time. And be worth a lot more money. I mean, what are they going to do to the land? Burn the trees down? They'd probably be doing her a favor. Clear the land for her. What are they going to do? I can't tell people what to do. I can make suggestions, but if this was my particular situation, I would say, okay, you just built a brand new house. Nothing too fancy, but nice. Sell the freaking house or sell the land too. Don't tell the relatives that you're selling the land. Whatever you do, don't tell the relatives. For all they know that she still owns the land, and let them contend with whoever, you know, buys the land, whatever. I know people do stupid things, you know. This is the best advice I could give anybody. Really. Just move somewhere else. As I said, you don't want to live close to your relatives. They're going to be at your door all the time. You're going to make enemies with your own freaking blood. Your own family. I mean, look, me and my daughter. She don't bother with me. I did my best, put my best foot out to get stepped on. What are you going to do? You got to use that way of thinking. You did your best to raise them and all that stuff. And what else can you do? You did your job. You did your job, and feel happy and fulfilled by the fact that you were a successful parent who raised your child with some structure. You provided for your child. Your child did not go without on birthdays and holidays. They were clothed, they were schooled. What else could you do? And if it turns tits up, then it turns tits up. You did your job. So stop, some of you people out there that are really in a position where you're kind of like, you're really upset about maybe certain relatives not being in your life. If it was meant to be, it was meant to be. But don't stress yourself out, especially if you're not the causative factor of the problem between you and certain family members. It doesn't have to be your children. It could be your brother, sister, whatever. I had all of that. Go through your own life and enjoy and appreciate your own life. Don't worry about what they think. They're not controlling your life. They're not giving you money. They should be thanking me. Hey, look, as far as my daughter's concerned, she'd never be born if it wasn't for me. And she would never have 4 children of my bloodline if it wasn't for me and my ex-wife. We're getting together and creating her so that she could create her family, right? And then the grandkids to come after that all started with me and somebody else. Had to start somewhere. Adam and Eve, whatever. She's got my blood in her veins, and that's one thing she cannot remove. Think about it. She can't remove the blood in her veins. It's always going to carry my DNA, whether she likes it or not. She even uses my last name still, unless she got married to this yet new guy that she just had a baby with him. So now she has 5 kids. Count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, cinco. She'd have more if she could, but she knows she's too old really to have any more kids. Too dangerous. She's adopt away. I said, man, who gave her the major maternal grand poobah of maternal instincts? She had that. Oh, she had that in spades. She'd have 20 kids if she could. Not realistic, of course. But what's the point? I forgot what the point is. I don't remember. I don't know what the point is of all this. I have no idea. Yeah. Oh, the point was that if it wasn't for me, she would not be here. Okay? And she wouldn't have these lovely children. Okay? They don't think about it that way. That's right. They don't think about it that way. They don't exist. Or they exist because of me. And her grandchildren exist because of me. Okay? Because she's alive. She's maternally, she's productive. Now she has 5 grandkids. She'd be on her hands and knees saying, thank you, Daddy, for creating me. For that live one that got away and made to Mom's ovaries. Just, thank you, Dad. Thank you. Now I have these lovely kids. And one day, she's going to have some lovely grandkids. But I don't. See, I got the short end of the stick. I am your creator. Luke, I am your father. I'm joking around, but really, she doesn't appreciate that, And that's really sad that it has to be that way. As I said, I have no control of that, and neither do any of you guys probably. And I have heard numerous vloggers say that they don't bother with their family. That's why they moved out here, to get away from their family. It's not just me that's strange and estranged relationship or whatever with offspring. A lot of people do. No unique case here. It ain't just happening to me. It's happening to a lot of people. You're so close to them when they were growing up. What a darling little daughter I had. And she was. But, I don't know. The minute she started dating, got together with the first guy she ever met, wound up being pregnant from the first guy she ever met and then getting married. That's not the way it's supposed to work, dear. It turns out the guy turned out to be a prevert. I mean, a real prevert. I don't know. She knows how to pick him. The next guy turns out to be working in a fucking head shop, sucking off her tits for money so he could buy his pot and booze, come over smoking pot at the house in front of the kids. And she fell so horribly in love with him. But I love him, Dad. I said, she's doing all this shit to you, man. I said, if I was there, I'd kick his fucking ass. I said that to her when she started dating the guy she wound up marrying. She called the police on me. Called the police on me. Because she didn't want to come home at the designated time of 11 o'clock. I waited up like any concerned parent would. Nothing wrong. Then she finally comes home. I said, didn't I tell you to come home at this time? I said, you don't listen to me. I said, you didn't even introduce the guy to me. You didn't even introduce him to me. If he was a decent guy, you always introduce somebody to your dad or your mom, whoever. I don't know who he was. He was a pervert, as it turned out, but I'm glad he wasn't the other kind, that was going to put her in chains and, burn her nipples or something, The guy was into fucking looking at child pornography on the internet and sharing it. That's how he wound up going to prison. Not for long, though. But now he's a convicted felon. He's got a report wherever he lives. She knows how to pick him. She really knows how to pick him. I don't know what this jerk off is that she's with now. I have no idea. I really hope she found a good guy. And I mean that from the bottom of my heart. I really hope she found a good guy. Okay. Things didn't go right in her life, but she's not going to put me as a denominator on it, because that's like total fucking bullshit. It's total bullshit. I'll go to my grave knowing I was a good parent. That's it. I'll go to my grave knowing I was a good parent. She knows I am. In fact, she defended me once. I couldn't believe it. On YouTube. She got on years ago. I don't know whose show it was. But she actually came on with some name and she said, when people accused of me saying I was an abusive father to her. And she came on and put a statement on. I found out it was her. She said, my father never abused me. She came on and said that because she felt that she heard it up. So she was defending me. There was hope, you know. She was defending me. She didn't care much else what anybody said about me. But she had to put her 2 cents in there and say, my father's never abused me. There you go. She came through on that one. I got the hearts going here too. For anybody to understand, I do love my daughter. And the whole point of this, in short, is that, you know, you may love somebody too. You may love an old girlfriend that you broke up with too, right? But whatever happened, you can't get her back. And it breaks your heart, doesn't it? Yeah, it breaks your heart. I could think of women that I was actually in love with and I really thought I was going to have a future with, only to get my heart broken, you know. It hurts. It does. I'm not heartless. I have a bigger heart than most people. I don't have an enlarged heart, but I got a big heart. I got a very big heart. Maybe too big for certain people. But I do my best to show that I care. But sometimes you can only do so much. And what can you do, guys? So don't sweat it. If you have a problem, even if you're still in love with an old girlfriend or something, you know, the thing is she bother to call you or look you up on Facebook or something to see if you're alive or dead? Ask yourself that question. If that ain't the case, you don't need her. And it doesn't matter to a certain point if she's in a new relationship, because if she had cared for you anything at all, she would look you up and say, hey, it's me. I just wanted to say hello and just see you're still alive, for one, and see if you're okay. Maybe talk about her life. Yeah, I met a really nice guy, but maybe you don't want to hear it. Maybe you don't want to hear it because sometimes you get awfully, I don't know, revengeful over some woman leaving you or something, or the relationship didn't work out the way you wanted to. If you really truly love somebody, you gotta let them go and let them go on with their lives. And that's the way it should be, but it's not. It's not like that all the time, unfortunately, though. You know, give them a little space, let them live their lives, and that's all you could do. Okay, so what else is going on here? I don't mind coming on here and there, but I don't want to make like I'm not going to make a whole afternoon on this. I think we talked about a lot on here, but just to sum everything up, please, if you want to take one bit of advice from me at all, look, I know a lot of you guys, you want to impress the woman, right? And you want to impress their family, but that's the worst thing you could ever do. You hear them talk about that all the time. Some people have taken big losses. If you want to put it into US dollars, some people have taken big losses. Because here you are, you're communicating long distance, right? Okay, and you build up this emotional thing going on. But you don't know what's going on the other side. She could be doing this with 5 or 8 or 10 or 15 other guys. You think she's single and she's waiting for you. What you need to do, if you're serious enough about wanting to be and get to know this woman, make a trip. Spend a month. Get to see, where's he going? Did he fix the brakes yet?
Not yet, oh.
Tell him he ain't going nowhere until his brakes are... No.
Ha?
No. See, I could be fatherly here, too. Where's he going? Where? And what is he going to do there, Po Oak?
Buy some food.
But if his brakes ain't working right...
Christians know how to drive.
Oh, he knows...
But they don't drive faster.
It don't matter. You may need to suddenly brake. If the brakes give out, you just ran over somebody or... I don't know. See what I mean? They think differently out here. They think differently. Like putting a whole fucking family on a motor scooter, for example. Then they get into an accident. You don't have one loss. You might have the whole family as a loss.
They cannot hold tight the brake.
Well, that's a problem. You shouldn't drive even a bicycle
You
without
drive,
brakes.
but not go faster.
Oh, I don't care. I mean, you shouldn't be driving at all, okay? I mean, fuck, I'd give him the money for the trike if you had to do that. I'd rather him... I mean, I'm giving fatherly advice. I'm not even their natural father, but, you know, I'll give them fatherly advice. They don't take it, they don't take it. It's one of these things like, hey, I told you so. But don't listen to me. No, Frank don't know anything. I got 71 years, okay, behind me of learning and experience in all kinds of things in life. I've experienced a lot of things in my life, good and bad. And I've learned mostly from all of these. I made mistakes, but I've learned from them, which made me a better person for it. Yeah, I've gotten ripped off by people. We certainly have. Fuck yeah. Oh yeah, I've gotten hurt by women. Fuck yeah. Numerous times. But you move on. Why? Because you have to. If the relationship is not going to be there anymore, they've already gone on with their life. They're not thinking about your ass. They're not thinking about you. They're thinking about their next fuck. The next guy they're going to be with. Their next adventure in bed. Was he better than you? Has he got more money than you? That's even better. There's always, you know, you miss one bus, my friends, there's always another bus coming by. And go with that statement. And you might find even something better, like I did. I thought I had some women that they were marriage material, I thought. But later on, I find out that maybe they weren't. And I'm not religious. I could say there was an angel on my shoulder looking after me, or my parents were looking after me or something, guiding me somehow, that I didn't realize I was being guided if I was really religious. But karma, for the most part, was on my side. If I would have stayed with my wife, I don't mean to be rude, in memory of her, I'm pretty sure she's alive. She turned out to be the ugliest thing I've ever seen in my fucking life. But it wasn't the exterior ugliness she turned into, but internally. She was horrible to her own child because I got custody. She stopped, you know, taking advantage of the weekend visitation. She didn't get away with shit with me. She was paying me child support, bro. Hell no, I was not going to let no woman take advantage of me that way. They figure it's always a guy that's paying. No. She wanted to live with me, my daughter. She didn't want to live with her mother. She had the dogs. We had a house. Did she want to go live in a trailer in West Seattle in a trailer fucking park? With some creepy grandmother who was really weird? Hell no. She lived a good middle-class life with me until she moved out, found a guy and moved out. Why is she complaining? Oh well. See how things work out? Sometimes they do work out for the best. Did I ever think I was going to live in the Philippines? Did you ever think you were going to live in the Philippines or even have the consideration of wanting to move out here? I don't know, maybe you're thinking differently now with the all the crap that's going on here in the Philippines. It's also, I mean, it's a ghost town around here right now. Poor truck drivers are like trying to get at least one fare or something to buy some rice or fish or something. There's not that many tourists in town, man. Everywhere. The stores are not making as much money as they did. Some of them trying to have sales. Like, we have a Prince here. It's not a big store. They carry a very small amount of food. It's usually local crap, you know. But every now and then they have a product that's American or you might be able to relate to, but rarely. And when they do, it's awfully expensive. So everybody's hurting. They're all hurting. The economy is hurting here. Tourism is down all over the Philippines. So this is not and it hasn't been the number one place in Southeast Asia to visit ever. It's never been at the top of the list ever. I don't think it's ever been the top of the list. Now it's at the bottom of the list. They don't even mention it on the internet, on people who are promoting these countries. Will be the best place for somebody to want to go make a trip to, or perhaps to live. Philippines is not on there anymore. It's gone. It's gone. Okay? We're going to be hitting the 1 hour mark in 2 minutes and 50 seconds. So I'm going to get out of here. But we've talked about quite a bit on here. Hope it's been, of course, a learning experience for you and the trolls. And hope you learned something from this. Maybe you learned a little something about me, too, while you're at it. Just do things wisely. It's okay to help people out if you can afford to do it. If you can afford to. Don't do it, though. But what I'm trying to say, and you're not getting it, at least I think you're not getting it, is that don't do it to try to impress your newfound girlfriend or your current girlfriend and or wife. Don't do it to impress them. It can become habit forming, or at least there will be certain expectations from the particular family members that you've been very generous with. And now becomes not only an expectation from them, but becomes an obligation to you that you're not only supporting your wife or girlfriend, or if there's children involved, you're supporting her children and her, and you're going to be supporting the extended family. Don't get into that. Even Gilda will tell you that. And fortunately for her family, you know, they don't need to borrow any money off us. They got money from past land sales that was turned in, you know, many years ago. They got their own money. But even so, people can get greedy, but they don't ask us for anything. They don't ask us for anything. Oh, our kids occasionally will ask for something, you know, a uniform for school, you know, whatever it might be. I just gave her son that's visiting here one of my phones. It was a Realme phone, and it wasn't cheap because I didn't need two phones, and he needed it for his studies at school. It was either that or give him the laptop, and I don't know. Maybe I should just give him the laptop. I don't know, but I want to keep the laptop. As here, early Merry Christmas. You help the family out, but you do it by your own heart. But he did approach us about stuff like that. Sometimes one or two of her kids would approach us for something. Especially kids that live with us. It's our responsibility. If the kids are living with us. And don't forget, her children, and yes, she does have many. They're working, a lot of them. They're in a good direction. Great grades in school, all of them. All good grades. Some are training for being an engineer. One's being trained to be a lawyer. One is a certified public accountant. Another one is doing a call center, who was also studied a little bit of accounting too. She has that a little bit under her belt. So they're all doing good. They're all doing good. And how do they look at me? I can make the assumption, but for what I've come across is that they do respect me. They know I don't hurt the mother. You know, they all respect me. There are times I used to wonder, what do they really think of me? Do they just tolerate me because I'm with their mom? And I thought about that for a long time. But no, I think they actually do respect me. From what I've seen, yeah. It comes to your mind sometimes, you know, they just, you know, kind of tolerating me. Yeah, I think I pretty much come to the conclusion that that's not the case. But they become my family. And it was a good thing that I moved to the Philippines because I didn't have a family. Even when I had a family in America, I didn't have a family. I had my brother, but he was all messed up. He was just all messed up. I have a sister in Pennsylvania. She's all messed up. I had nothing, and that's why people move. They want something in their life, and you can't blame them. You're getting older. You don't want to be alone all your life. You don't want to be like Ricky and go from paying one woman to another, rent a date. That's a sad life. And these others that we can mention on here that are doing the same damn thing. Renting a woman to have companionship. Shit. Big Kevin was doing that when he was over in Thailand. It was really sad to know this. You could almost feel sorry for him, you know, if they weren't such shitty trolls. But you don't want to get yourself into that situation. You got to go through life like that's why I'm happy with what I'm doing. I mean, I got the woman, got the house, okay? I don't have to pay no fucking rent. I don't have to look around for a woman anymore. It's over with. I'm there. I reached my goal. And people can make fun of me all they want. I'm not living a good life. What makes you think I'm not living a good life? You think I'm broke as a skoke? I'm not living a good life? Does it mean having a lot of money? Meaning that you're living a good life? No, it doesn't. I know a guy, and here's supposedly a lot of money, but he's not living a good life. The people around him are not there because they're so in love with him. It's because he leaves a trail of fucking money. He's got a wallet the size of a fucking, moose. Moose's head. That's why they hang around with him, and other people like that too. It's not love, and it simply means that it's a very fucking shallow relationship. I don't want a shallow relationship. I want it as real as it can possibly get. Or I'd rather be alone. Alone, not alone at the beach in Bohol, but I'd rather be alone than to have somebody I have to rent. For God's sakes. No can do. You can do, but I not can do. It's too shallow for me. Even when I dated all these freaking women, it was shallow. Yeah, you get your rocks off, then you wake up, you're alone. What good is that, right? Till the next one comes along. And then you could boast and say, yeah, I had this woman, I had all these women, all this shit. It wasn't like that with me. I wasn't really, the only reason I knew how many women I was, their phone numbers in my whole book, and counted them up. It's like 110 to 25 women I got together with. True. Some guys maybe have one woman all their life. Maybe have a couple of women they even got together. Some never even been a woman. Some buy pocket pussies like, a few YouTubers on here. Never used one. Never even seen one until it was shown on fucking YouTube. And guess who had it? Big Kevin. And guess who gave it to him? What was his fucking name? That worked in Alaska. See, when somebody's been up and on a long time, Pinoy Troll. He had that. He said to Kevin. And you know what Kevin did with that. You know damn well what he did with that. Damn. You've been great. I got it. In fact, I don't know. Maybe I'll get a little this afternoon. I don't know. Cock will do. Rooster's saying out there, cock will do. And by the way, why? Would Philly in the Philippines ever tell people in the past that he uses a penis pump? For God's sakes. For God's sakes. Why? It's one thing to tell people you use Viagra. I wouldn't hold that against them. If you need it, you fucking need it. But to tell somebody that you have to use a penis pump? Why? Why on God's green earth would you tell anybody that you use a penis pump? Imagine you're going to have sex with your woman. Wait a minute, dear, I got to pump up. And she'll say, how many PSIs, honey? Make sure you don't go over a bit. It's going to explode, for God's sakes. Okay, well, got a thumbs up. We got one live one here. After I ate my early dinner, which consists of a can of veg oil and one hard-boiled egg, protein but then I realized that how much sodium was in that can, so I had to rinse it out, and that reduces it by 40%, and you're still getting too much sodium, but that's not what the show's all about. Yeah, that was my dinner. It was my dinner. It's healthy, yeah. I didn't like the sodium amount. I bought like 5 cans of that shit. I figure if it's on the shelf, buy it. And that's kind of the buy-in routine out here. If it's available, buy it. Even though it contains sea salt, it don't matter. Too much sodium. And they pack the sodium for preservation. So, in fact, I always buy kidney beans. I'm going to have to check that too. All right, show's not about that. Scotty, for example, he's a perfect example. These are the undesirables that shouldn't be in this country. We all put labels on everybody. We could easily call them undesirable for one reason or another. But the real undesirables are people like Philippines Antics, as an example, Ricky, and there's a list that goes on and on. But one example is Scotty, Babe Rooney's. The guy's like, what, in his 40s or something, and you would think he's a high school student or something. Testosterone levels going wild, hormones going wild. He promotes this for several reasons, which is popular on here. Show women, because there's a bunch of really hard up horny guys that want to come to the Philippines and get in on that action, right? We all know that. It's the reason they come here mostly. You really want to get a bar girl? A lot of these girls don't even have a place to bathe. As Scotty jokingly says, I don't think they could even afford the vinegar douche. And you guys are going to tell me you want to touch that kind of shit on the street? Or even if it's a bar girl working for a bar and it's no. Do you realize how many hard-on fuckers, wankers are out there that want to come to the Philippines to get laid because they can't get laid in their own country, and that are willing to chance to get a lifetime disease or a disease that could kill you in a shorter period of time just to get laid? Come on now, man. You're better off with some fucking, porn site and have safe sex with yourself rather than touch these girls, and I don't care how freaking attractive they are. You're going to put a dental dam in there or something? I mean, what are you going to do to protect yourself from a disease that might prevent you from having sex in your future? Yeah. There's a lot of guys going around out there that have sexually transmitted diseases that are not telling the women. They're not telling the women this, and that's how it spreads. And there's also women that don't get checked out, that have disease that they may not even know about. All kinds of good stuff. Gonorrhea, herpes simplex. I mean, there's so many diseases you can get from these bar whores. I don't care how good looking they are. And you're going to also tell me you're going to go down on one of these women? I don't even want to think about it. It's unfathomable. I couldn't even think about that. It's different for a woman you've been with a long time and you know her hygienics, but Jesus Christ, guys, give me a break. Are you that hard up that you have to travel up to 10,000 miles or whatever to go to the Philippines to get laid? I mean, seriously? I can see Popeye doing that, but he won't spend the money. Or he just can't get it up no matter what he tries. But, you know, they all got their problems, you know. They all got their problems, you know. But seriously speaking, man, you know, you really are chancing it when you're coming to the Philippines just to get as much action as you can because you couldn't get it back home where you lived. Had to be a reason for that, right? Your looks, your personality, your hygienics, whatever it might be, your health. And you're going to come all the way here to the Philippines. You're going to come all the way here to the Philippines to get laid. That's pretty desperate. That's pretty desperate. Save your money. You could buy a nice high-class whore in America for the price that you pay on an air flight to come here to get fucking laid. And why do that? Why be somebody like Jay Stillman, you know? Jay Stillman does it all the time. He can't get anybody in Australia. He's got to come all the way to Southeast Asia to get fucking laid. What a sad fucking life, man. What a sad fucking life. You just, hi, Bill. Yeah, I was, you know, I saw that Scotty had a live show on earlier, and I don't know, he was in Angeles or something, and he's focused his camera on all the fucking whores. And I don't know how many whores that Scotty takes on, but he has the emotional stability of a fucking 14-year-old. You don't call with any respect a chick Babe Maroonies or go out in the street. And that's how he gets people to come to his show. Everybody has their own little shtick of how to get people to come to their show. And when you're desperate, that's what you do. That's what you do. Well, of course, we talked about this. But they talk about and they label people as undesirable. I'll give you names of a lot of undesirable people. Jay Stillman is completely undesirable. Completely undesirable when it comes to women. Absolutely. We've seen his videos, how he treats them. We've heard what he had to say. They're just good for a fuck or a house cleaner or something. He really looks down on women. And he thinks he's something special. I mean, look at the guy. Hairy chest, chain smoker, chain drinker. Who the fuck wants, it looks like an aborigine, who the fuck wants him around? Who? Frank, we have plenty of working gals here in Australia, and many are very affordable. Well, why does he concentrate there? Even they didn't want him. Hey, this is my opinion based on what I've seen on here. Disclaimer, I've seen a lot of his videos in the past, and especially when he's drinking, he has a bad attitude toward women. So does Nico. Nico calls them hoes. Women are not hoes. Not all women are hoes. What's wrong with these people? You don't touch these women, man. You don't know. You know how many guys they go through and how many sexually trans. Do you know what's that rule of thumb? That when you have sex with a woman, you're having sex with at least a 7-year history of every man that she's ever fucked. And if any of those men in the 7 years had an STD, you're getting it or have the chance of getting it. Seriously speaking. And you're going to travel, and desperados like Jay, desperados like Ricky, desperados like Nico, people like that are going to travel all the way to the Philippines or Southeast Asia just to get laid? What were you not doing right in the country that you came from? That's what I want to know. How vile of a person were you there that you have to try? Look what you're spending on air flights, transportation to get the air flight, tipping, luggage handling, whatever might be involved. meals waiting at the airport, drinks on board the plane, ground transportation after you get off the plane, okay? Hotel accommodations, food and beverages for how long you're going to stay there, just to get fucking laid? Seriously? Seriously? It's that bad? Huh? Huh? Like you hear on the inside, huh? I'm saying, huh? You mean to tell me you're going to pay the kind of money that you're going to pay just to come over here to the Philippines and get laid? You can get some quality whores, I'm sure, in your country of origin. Possibly clean whores that actually get checked out, who are very hygienic, not from the street, through a service. Why would you fly all the way to the Philippines? You mean you can't find any Filipino whores in your country? Or can't find anyone in your country that you got to fly all the way here to get laid? Hell no. Oh, shit. Jay does that all the time, man. Holy shit. Yeah, he likes them kind of on the younger side, too. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, he does. He does. Don't you, Jay? Don't you, Jay? Oh, yeah, he knows. He knows what I'm talking about. He knows. Him and Barry. Oh, yeah, they had gala events when those two were rooming together. Oh, they sure did. They sure did. I heard all these stories, man. And I believe them. I do believe. Hallelujah. I don't know. I just think that's pretty pathetic. Now, I'm with a woman for almost 10 years. Originally from a dating site. I wasn't looking around through the streets of Cebu to go find a woman to get laid. Hell no. I'll do without. I'll do without instead of chancing. Especially when I was dating women in Seattle. And I got some fucking crabs from a fucking woman. Thank goodness it's all I got. Very remediable. That grossed me out. God knows what you might get from women in Cebu. Mr. Bill says, yes, cleaner and less chance of international cross-contamination from the Middle East and Europe. Oh, hell no. Go to Denmark or something. That's an industry over there. If you really want to get laid in another country, go to a beautiful place like Denmark, the red light district. And I think they're all under very scrutinous healthcare requirements. But in the Philippines, then you don't even know what the fuck you're getting initially. They look so good, some of the lady boys. Ask Ricky. Except he can't even choose a good-looking lady boy. 24 hours to get everywhere, really. I know. All the flights and what do you got to travel for, really? I mean, it's so tedious to fly, to get a direct route to go anywhere. I had one of the reasons I don't. But, listen, you have to be desperate. See, everybody outside of this country, they're watching the Philippines for this, for that. They're watching people's shows. They're talking to them about the women like Scotty does and, and Ricky and all that shit. I mean, they're really giving the Philippines a really bad name. Is there prostitution here? Of course there is. Of course there is. That's why they're coming here. But do you realize how much disease is being spread at this particular second that I'm speaking right now? Where guys who just can't seem to get a woman to even look at them in their country, like Jay, has to come all the way to the Philippines to get fucking laid. It's also a control issue, too. because the Filipinos see you as somebody with money. And your money goes a long way in the Philippines. It's a control issue. So they won't just get one Filipino. He might invite 3 people over like Jay does and try to have his way with 3 nice, young, ripe Filipinas. How young? Well, you'll have to ask Jay that one. Hey, expat, welcome back to my shoe. My really big shoe. I just couldn't do that shit, man. I got to know a little about him. Give me your history or something, sniff him first, give him a good sniff down there or something like a dog does. Or do like that Alien movie, that Pretty Blonde, remember that movie Alien? And she had to mate, right? She had to mate. She had to procreate. She would go in a bar somewhere and her senses would tell her whether the guy was healthy or not. If the guy was diseased, so she could have the perfect child, perfect alien child. And she wouldn't touch any of those men that she sensed had disease. And sometimes she would kill them. I mean, I don't promote Scotty. Everything, if the expats go to Angeles City, and they know that the only way they can get fucking views, Scotty's not a bad vlogger. Look, I'll say good things when I have something good to say about somebody on here. I'll promote a show. Scotty ain't a bad vlogger. But when you start making money, like I said, on YouTube, you go all the way. And you want to give people what they want, and they want sex. They want to see women. Because these are all the hard-ons that watch women on there with their fucking underwear down to their ankles in their armchair. And they watch all this shit. I got to come to the Philippines, man. The only chance I'm ever going to get laid, it's the only chance fucking Jay ever has to get fucking laid. That's the only way Jay's going to get laid. And other people like Ricky. That's the only way they're going to get laid. I don't even know that even Ricky even gets laid, to tell you the truth. I don't care about all the fucking free Viagra he gets. It may still not work. And he's out of shape. The fucking guy could have a fucking cardiac arrest trying to have sex with a woman. High blood pressure, all that shit. Man, he shouldn't even try. Hey, I'm just telling you like it is. Yeah, that's the regular guy. He's just been doing a live a little while ago. He's in Angeles City photographing whores on the street. See, this is the kind of crap we don't need in the Philippines. These are the kind of scumbags, the kind of, street urchins, the kind of low-class people like Scotty and others that come to the Philippines. They are truly defined as undesirables. Go after these creeps. That's who you have to go after. Go after these creeps. Go after these creeps. Shit. Only time I came to the Philippines when I had a woman in mind. And I've talked to her for a while. And do the sniff test. Do the sniff test. If she smells down there, if she doesn't seem hygienic, does she dress nice? Yeah. I was definitely with one that dressed nice, classy. She sure didn't smell down there. Good sign. Good sign. That's a start. Know a little about their history if they want to tell you the truth before you get involved with that shit. But better yet, wear a raincoat. Now, I realize a lot of guys don't want to do that. And I'm kind of one of them. But it is taking a chance. It is taking a chance. Why take that chance is the question. Do you really want to have a lifelong disease? Do you really want that? Why take the chance? Just to get your rocks off? Use your best hand and get your rocks off rather than touching that shit. Clean your hands first. I mean, I'm just spitting it out as it is. You talk about undesirables on here. Those are undesirable pieces of shit that use women like fucking toys. They don't care if they impregnate them. Then again, you're going to say, well, Frank, these women have a responsibility too to their own hygienics. They could also take the pill. You know what? I'd agree with you. I would agree with you. I would agree with you. It's a responsibility of both parties. Both parties, shall I say. How many children are born, Amerasian children, you know? Well, other countries too, but I see the sad story on there. It was all about Angeles City. Look up this thing called the Prostitutes of Angeles City. It's some entitlement like that. It'll probably bring you to the right video. It's all about Angeles City and what the prostitutes themselves go through just to earn money. What they're subjected to, violent people, guys with disease, pregnancy, having a child and now have to raise after being impregnated because of your profession. And the kid's wondering why he doesn't have a father. He'll never see his father. It's a sad documentary. Go find it and check it out and tell me what you think about it. Good for you. You're walking, man. There you go. There you go. I mean, there's no excuse for these guys. And it makes more and more people want to come to the Philippines. Thank goodness that maybe, except for the people getting hurt or killed, keeping the storms going and all this crap going is keeping people away. Maybe some of these scumbags will keep from coming over here. I'm pretty big on this stuff, man. I really am. I've never taken on a street whore in my life. And I never will. Not even back in Seattle, Hawaii, anywhere. New York. I never took on a street whore. Never wanted to. Never wanted to chance it. And I'm an honorable guy. Hey, I raised my daughter on my own. I didn't have to. I didn't have to. I could have said here to the mother and say, take her back. I don't want the responsibility. I'm a responsible person. If you knew me personally, you'd know that. Absolutely would know that. You can't take a chance with these bar girls. Unless you just don't give a fuck about yourself and you're that horny that you're not thinking straight. Oh, damn, she's so good looking. I gotta do this. I don't know if she has disease or not, but I don't know. I'm gonna take a chance. Well, it could be that very well that one that could carry that disease, man. Fuck. Damn. But just certainly don't go down on the muffin, man, if you're not sure. Please don't tell me you do that with the bar girls. Please, I just ate. Don't even tell me you do that with bar girls. My God, Magnum. Don't do that. I know it's tempting, all that shit, man. I know that. I'm with the same woman. Next February will be like 10 fucking years. I know what I got. Yeah. Clean, hygienic. I don't have to worry about that. I don't have to worry. My God. There's no temptation for me if I went out with some foreigners, expats in the Philippines, which I don't. And I don't drink anyway, so it keeps me away from these seedy places, smelly, seedy places that all these expats hang out. SJ, he knows all the seedy places around. I couldn't do it, man. I just couldn't do it. The only time I put myself in that situation, they make a big thing about this, I was coming back to the Philippines. I had a 6-hour layover in Manila, and I hate Manila. Okay. And I got pretty much fooled into a situation where a guy took me to, I had all my luggage and everything. Well, all my luggage, what did I have, but 6-hour wait. And I couldn't even check in my luggage anywhere because the flights were not coming to get to Cebu for quite a while. 6 hours. well, there was no clerks, I couldn't see myself just, walking around with this shit. So this guy, and this is what he does for a living, he tries to get suckers like me, and he gets a little money for this from the bar. So there was this fancy place, I still don't remember the name of this thing, with big double doors. Guys come out, they take your luggage, bring you in, sit you on a comfortable couch. I got sucked into that. I sure did. 23,000 pesos later. Well, it ain't a lot of money, but, and I had plenty of money with me, but the point was I didn't know what I was getting into. But, I didn't meet Gilda at that time. I was free and clear, I was free and clear. I was happy to be back in the Philippines again in the beginning, when I first started coming out here. And they had some good-looking girls on stage. I had a couple of ladies, one on each side of me. And yes, I figured out it was going to cost me a few drinks or something. I didn't mind that. But what I didn't know, and I'm being honest about it because I don't go to these places, the concept of a bar fine was relatively new to me at that time. They call them bar fines. I don't know. I never heard that expression in Hawaii or Seattle. I just never heard that expression because I didn't go to those places. Oh, don't get me wrong. I went for a few titty bars in Seattle with some guys. I never took a woman home or nothing. I did that. Even had a couple of lap dances. But as far as I went, I wasn't going to touch them. Okay? It doesn't mean at a titty bar that they're not clean. Some of them are really... You say, how could you say a decent woman if they're doing that? That would be a good point. Some of them go to college, whatever. And not all of them go home with a man. I guess you could find some women that are clean and so forth. Okay, I gotta read. I don't watch the vloggers, only listen to you from old habits when you used to fight with Fazio like New Yorkers abroad. Okay. Alrighty. Let's see. Yeah, the regular guy fool, yeah. He's a good vlogger though, Scott. He's a good vlogger though. If he really wants to do stuff when he's traveling around, he could do some good shit. But when you get that desperate for material that you got to go back to Angeles City or somewhere like that and do that shit, or wherever he is now, I don't know where he is. Is he in Thailand now? I don't know where he is, but he's still in Angeles City. I guess he's in Angeles City or something, Yeah. It's not a good representative of foreigners that come here, It really isn't. There's such a sense of disrespect, too. Like, these women are not even human. You might say, well, what are they doing in the streets, then? It's their fault if they get pregnant, their fault if they get attacked or killed. Well, you can't say that, man. They're taking a chance, and they know it. Some of them are really poor, but it's the oldest profession in the world. If they don't mind another strange man entering her body, and she's so used to it, it doesn't bother her for a while. I would imagine it would never bother her. Well, no, not never. I'm sure it does, but they got to make a living, right? And that's what they do. That's what I call whores. Or you could work for a classy dating, what do you call that Ricky likes to do? Kind of dating services, stuff like that too. He's done that. Maybe get a clean one. But I don't know, man. Look, every woman that you ever meet, unless the rarity you meet a virgin, that would mean you'd have to be going after children. And some of these guys do go after children, don't they? No names mentioned. They've all been with you're not going to find a woman that has not been entered by a man unless she is a virgin. And Filipinos in the Philippines, they have sex as early as 13 years old, a lot of them. That's the truth. Face the fact. Unless you're going to meet the Virgin Mary or something. They've been with men. They have been entered. If they've been married before, they have been entered. You are not exclusive. You're not pulling off the tab. You're not the first one to pull off that tab on your can of soda. No, you're not. Get in line, you know. I don't know, man. That's just me. I just couldn't. Well, you do what you want to do. I'm just saying, man. Man, that's just not healthy. I just can't even. Nah. Have I ever been tempted while I was in Cebu? Yeah, man. I'm at a hotel and some good-looking chick is at the hotel and blah blah blah. I couldn't do it. I'd rather meet some chick in a mall or somebody from a dating site. I bring a few numbers with me for somebody that I spend some time on a dating site talking to and see if they're real or not when I meet them. I met a few interesting women. One of them, you know, a couple of them I met were really cool too. They were very hygienic. They were working in professional jobs, in fact. I don't mean street professionals either. One even is a psychologist now. I was in Honolulu in 1999, and on the main strip, I was approached by a very beautiful woman and asked me if I was looking for a date. I had to stop and think for a moment. They're probably cleaner in Honolulu than they are in the Philippines. Mr. Bill says, where I come from, they just walk up to you and quote prices. They wear a little sign on there, today's special, blue plate special or something. Oh, you gotta love it, man. You gotta love it. I gotta admit, I am entertained by a lot of people on here. I really am. Watching these people make just like total fucking fools of themselves. What do you guys eat? What are you eating?
Banana.
That's your dinner?
No.
What are you having for dinner?
Huh?
What are you having for dinner?
You eat vegetable.
No, what are you having?
Later. Think of it later.
Later. You guys eat late. Hell, I eat as early as 4:30. I mean, geez.
Snacks, banana.
I realized it was illegal in Hawaii and she was using discretion. What do you want? Always going back in the room. Is that what you want? My goodness. Go ahead. Oh, no. You know, like, when I think about this now, you know, you have no clue with the hygiene of this woman. You have absolutely no clue. And you're going to tell me that you're that fucking horny that you're willing to take that chance? I mean, look what Ricky does, man. I'm horrified. And what Jay does too, man. I just think, yuck. It's like you want to wash yourself clean in the shower or something, or take a bottle of, I don't know, just some liquid antibiotics or something after experience like that. Shit, you have to go right away and get a broad spectrum antibiotic after being in that situation, man. If you don't, you're out of your fucking mind. Better yet, don't do it. I know the thrill of the hunt. I understand that, the thrill of the hunt. And you're trying to put notches on your belt, which you couldn't do in your own country, right, Jay? Jay lives at his mommy's house. Yeah, mommy. Drinks beer with her too. They get drunk together. He sits there fucking chain smoking like a mofo. But to go lift weights though. Boy, what a drinker that guy is too, man. You know Jay gets really cocky at these bars, right? He's got a nasty mouth too. He's got a really nasty mouth. Probably biologically and verbally. These are people that get in trouble all the time. Hey, that's not my problem. Go screw whoever you want to screw. I'm just talking about it, that's all. I'm sorry, I'm a little more particular. I made it to my age now. I'd like to make it a little bit longer, you know what I mean? If I was a single guy, you know, I would certainly have the curiosity about it, but unless I knew the chick's hygienic situation and her medical history, That would have to be a no-no to me. And no, when I went to Manila that time, I didn't take none of those whores home, just to let you know. And besides, I had a plane flight to keep anyway. I was just occupying time there. Sure, I got kind of bamboozled into that situation. Absolutely did, but I had a good time though. I didn't have any woman at the time. I had a good time. Conversing with a couple of Filipinas. Meanwhile, the meter was ticking. As I said, I was very naive. Very naive. You could believe that or you don't have to believe it. I was really naive. I never even know what the terminology of a bar fine. I never even know what they called it, a bar fine. A fine? What the fuck is that? You're getting fined. No, I never did. I never did. I never did. And that's the truth. But I wasn't attached to anybody at the time. I was making that trip back into the Philippines. I was happy to be here. I made it to Manila. I'm on Philippine grounds now. Next stop going into Cebu. But a 6-hour layover, man. A 6-hour layover. Horrifying. Manila has such hard... Well, so does Honolulu, by the way. You're never going to get a straight plane out of Honolulu. You're going to probably have a 6-hour layover there. And you got to prepare for that. Bring your own fucking snacks or whatever. If you have to eat in a restaurant still, you're paying 4 times the price for the convenience. You got to find something to do. But then when you're lugging all this luggage around, I've been through situations like that. And plus, the fact that I smoke, well, you check yourself in, you go through security, right? Then you're not going to hang around for 6 hours, man. You know you're not. You're going to go out for smoke breaks, which means you've got to go outside the security area to let you out. But then when you try to get back in again, how many times I've done that? I came back through security. How many times? I was bored out of my mind. I go out there to smoke or just to get out of there. Or just to get out in open air anyway. It's just to, not be confined in that waiting area of an airport. Hell no, man. Hell no. Now, that's not me. Say anything you want about me, but it's not necessarily true. I'll tell you that. That's the story of the Manila deal. And yes, the guy ripped me off. He knew what he was doing. The manager disappeared conveniently when I wanted to leave after an hour. And they would tell me, their employees would tell me, well, no, you have to wait till he comes back. I got sucked into that. And he just was nowhere to be found. Because what his job is to do, his employees is to keep you there. Shit, you go in there, they even got this guy that comes up to you while you're on a couch talking to these women. It was a high-class place, And he gives you a shoulder massage. He wants you to relax. He wants you to be happy. He wants you to spend that money. So what do? You're not going to pay? You don't pay, you just lose your cameras. You might lose your money. Get beat the shit out of in the alleyway or in a back room. Were you going to chance something like that? Thank goodness I came there with money. I was well endowed with money that trip. 23,000 would be the correct number. 23,000 pesos. It was about 400 something dollars. It wasn't going to break me, I could tell you that. But that's 23,000 I could have had for recreational activities or whatever, eating out, hotels. I wasn't happy after this experience, but I'm not going to tell you I was unhappy being there because actually it was a good place. It was air conditioned. You got fully naked women on stage. Most of them, not all of them, were good looking. I didn't like the ones with the tattoos, but nice atmosphere. It was a classy place. Not the dives that Ricky goes to and shit like that and Jay goes to. This was a classy fucking place, man. You had to pay money just to get through the door. If it tells you, probably, I don't know, maybe as much as $30 American. You had to pay, I didn't know that. All was on my bill. He comes up to me with this receipt. I'm looking at it and I'm going, what the fuck? This is for what? 23,000 pesos? Are you fucking kidding me? I said, I'm out of here. I paid the bill rather than get my ass beat up. And I would have if I didn't pay it. I could have challenged it. I could have went to police and said, hey, man, they scammed me with this guy at the airport to come here and my money. But no, you voluntarily, you didn't know what was going on, but you voluntarily went there. I thought I was going out to some little joint to have a beer or something. I probably had one beer. I probably would. I had actually 2 beers while I was there. I don't drink much, But in the festive occasion, I had a couple of beers. Of course, I bought the girls a couple of drinks, blah, 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 blah. Yeah. Bueno Cano, I have been listening attentively, planning to move to the Bantai. There's nothing happening over here, Mike. Don't move over here. I'm sure there's got to be a couple of whores around here, but secretly on their husbands or something. But no, you don't really find over here. You don't really find a lot of that stuff here. It's a clean Christian community, No, I'm not talking about here. This is over.
Where's the
This incident was in
flashlight,
Manila.
babe?
What's that?
Flashlight.
The flashlight? I just seen the darn thing. It was not even plugged in.
Where, man?
Might have been the living room. Okay. Yeah, Gilda knows all about this. I told her that story. She laughed. I laughed later myself, but, trolls had to make a big deal of this in the past. No, there was no intent of mine whatsoever to go to one of these places. There was absolutely no intent at all. There was no intent. This guy, small guy with a half-bald head with glasses, somehow he convinced me, what are you going to do? You're going to hang around with your luggage or whatever at this airport, and what are you going to do? Come out, have a beer. We'll have a beer together. Bullshit, I first said no. I wish I would have kept that. No, and, kept that as an answer. But, oh, yeah, the guy was even watching me when I was converting my money. And he seen that little money counter at one of these exchange things. He seen that thing going. He followed me over into there, and he seen that money going, converting my U.S. dollars into Philippine pesos. Oh, he was checking it out. Oh, yeah, I was definitely a catch, Suckers born every fucking minute. And I was a sucker that day. That's for goddamn sure. But that's, something in the past. I learned my lesson from that. However, did I have a good time while I was there? Yes, I did. I was a single man, had every right to sow my oats if that's what I wanted to do. But would I have taken home? No, I was waiting for a fucking plane to get to Cebu. After what I spent there, I'm going to go to a hotel just to get fucking laid? Nah, not for me. I occupied my time a couple of hours in there. That was good enough. Did I get taken? Sure I did. That's why the manager did not want to make himself available to me. I kept on asking him, listen, I want to go back to the airport. Okay, next time I see the manager, I'll have him come over and check you out, get your bill. No, 3 times I asked. He was hiding in his back office because he was the only one that could check me out, not his employees. He was the only one that was going to give me the receipt and telling me that what I paid. And I look at it, and I had to look at it twice or 3 times. 23,000 pesos. I said, for what? I didn't get laid. If you're going to pay 23,000 pesos, at least get fucking laid. But I didn't. And certainly by choice. That would have been more money. Double jeopardy. And maybe a disease afterwards. Triple jeopardy. So be careful what you do, man, in the Philippines. If you're a newbie coming here, it's easy to get hijacked into a situation like that. You're at an airport, you got time on your hands, you got some friendly guy that comes up to you somehow, and this guy, that's what he did. That's how he made his tip money. Getting suckers like me to go with him, which was dangerous to begin with. I don't know what's wrong with me. He even had a friend with a car waiting. I'm serious. Carried my luggage in the trunk. opened the door for me. Frank, where was your sensibility at the time? Apparently, I did not have any sense. It could have turned out to be a terrible situation. They could have brought me to some place and beat the shit out of me and took everything I had on me. Could have happened. That's why I will tell folks on here, don't get yourself in a situation. Stay in the airport, man. Just stay at the airport. Don't let some stranger come up to you and try to convince you and tell you, oh, you got all this time on your hands. I feel bad for you. Come out and have a drink. Well, I fell for it. I admit it, I fell for it. But that was past. I learned a lesson from that. And I came with plenty of money. I wasn't worried. Plenty of money for a whole month's trip here. I spent the whole month. It was, 3 days later on that trip, actually, when I met Gilda, 3 or 4 days later. And I met her because I had her number from the dating site. And she agreed to meet me at Robinson's. And we did. We met and we went on from there. Everything was good. I didn't need to be looking for any women or any shit like that. It all turned out very well, obviously so. So you got to make mistakes. You're going to trip and fall sometimes, guys, but maybe that's the way you learn. However, yes, it was. Yeah, it was some high-class place, man. I don't even remember the name of the fucking place. It was a really high-class place. They had these big double doors. It was not a little shithole. This was a really classy place. If you're a drinker, the best liquor, the best service in the world in there. Hand and foot service come up to you with drinks, whatever you wanted in there. They automatically put 2 girls, one on each side of you, automatically. There you go. And I was single at the time, so like I said, it's not that I didn't have an enjoyable time. I was in fucking heaven. And they were good-looking Filipinos, too, though. This wasn't just your average variety. These were some high-class-looking Filipinos, man. I mean, to die for. But I still wouldn't touch them. Of course, I had the opportunity if I wanted more to the house, if I did that, right, to make more money from me. But I'm not that easy. I'm never that desperate that I'm going to do that, man. The Spearmint Rhino. No, I don't think that was the name. Unless that's something new. This was a long time ago. I honestly don't remember the Spearmint Rhino. Spearmint Rhino? What kind of a name is that? Spearmint Rhino? No, Manila's a dirty town, man. That's a dirty town. One time I had a long wait too, and I had to get a hotel that was not far from the airport. Boy, was this a fucking roach dive. Oh my God. It really was. It was not a safe room. Didn't have a good lock on it. It wasn't far from the airport. I had one of them layovers another time, and I was tired. I didn't feel like hanging around the airport, but I was smart this time. I got a room, and I used it to rest. But these were some real dive holes. Manila has some real, for what I've seen on that little bit of being in Manila, and I didn't travel far from the airport, it's just a place I would not want to live. It's a place I would not go unless I needed to, for whatever reason. Manila's disgusting as far as I'm concerned, man. Whatever happened to that Starbucks woman? No, that was Nika, who I was meeting. That was Nika. And the big controversy on that was really no controversy. Is that they have 3 different Starbucks at the Isle Mall. But see, the problem is that she had told me she was going to be at Greenwich. And I was under the impression that she was going to meet me over at, and I don't know, her father, whatever, someone had to come with her. But they were going to meet me at Starbucks. So I got there and I'm thinking, well, shit, I went to every Starbucks that was here. Where the hell is she? And I went back and forth to the Starbucks thinking I'm going to miss her. I couldn't get her on the phone or something at the time. But it turned out that, how did it turn out? Did I meet up with her at the time? I don't even remember. I don't even remember. It turned out that she was going to be at Greenwich. I would have went directly to Greenwich, obviously. That's that on that. I remember Ned showed the video and was commenting on it. I was also fucking around too on there. I was also fucking around on there too. Though the truth is the matter is that I got the places mixed up. She had said Greenwich, it was my fault, and I thought it was Starbucks, and they had about 3 there. And I knew I them all, and I knew they had several Starbucks. I don't frequent Starbucks for any reason. Unless they had a scone, like a blueberry scone or something. If I knew they'd have that, I'd go there. But I don't. I never even really go to Starbucks in Hawaii or Seattle. I just didn't. I did. Wait, I did in Hawaii in one of the Target stores that I go into. Starbucks is there, and they have a blueberry muffin every now and then. Yeah, I'd go there then. But the truth was, it was kind of an unplanned experiment, as it turned out to be, because thinking, number one, that she was going to be at Starbucks, right? Let's put that as number one. Number two, everyone I asked about Starbucks, about this third one, whatever it was, gave me a different direction, gave me a different answer. So I was going up and down. That was real. That was actually real. I'll admit it. That was real. I was going up and down, exhausted, up and down escalators, back and forth to different Starbucks. For some reason, I couldn't reach her on the phone. But I think if I remember right, I gave up and told her later. I said, "Hey, man, I'm just going back to the hotel, the condo. We'll get together, your dad, whatever, your mom, whatever, another time." And I think that's what happened that day. But yes, I actually was frustrated at one point because people were giving me all different directions and answers. Well, there's one down over there. I said, "Down where?" I said, "I already went to that one." "Do you have another one on the third floor, whatever it was?" Yeah, there's one up there, the one up there. "Where up there? What is it next to?" And another time, "Oh, yeah, there's another one over here." So I kept on going back and forth like musical chairs to go find Nika. And she just wasn't there. And I got frustrated. I said, "Fuck this, I'm going back. I'm getting exhausted." And my camera wasn't working good either. It wasn't very clear. I had a cheap camera at the time. What was I using? I don't know what I was using at the time. But no, that was a frustrating experience for me. Well, yeah, as I look back on it, it was funny. It wasn't funny at the time, though. Because I was fucking frustrated. Yeah, I've done some funny things, man. All in jest. It's all funny to look back on, But, the good thing is that you learn from your experiences. And, I would never do that again. I'd say, "Hey, I'm going to double check. Where did you say to meet? Be very clear about it. At what time? Okay, I'll be down there at this particular time. Be there," or be square. Be there. Be there. Got my exercise in, though. Well, the escalator. But I was walking around a lot, too. I think I had a meal there while I was out there. I think before I left and went home, I had a meal. So I got something out of being at the mall at the time. But, people kind of changed the stories around quite a bit. Well, this is YouTube. What do you expect? But yeah, I mean, the Manila thing, no, man, I honestly, and maybe you find it hard to believe that Frank is that naive, but I was. I wasn't one of these sexpats coming to the Philippines, going into bars, because I don't even drink. Proof of the pudding. I don't even drink. Okay. And I never even hung around. I did in Seattle. Every couple of weeks, I'd go into a club where they would have some pretty good live music, and I had a small group of people there. Yeah. Who I used to meet up with all the time. And it was fun. It was really a lot of fun. And I enjoyed those moments. But no, me and bars just never mixed. The kind of people you find in bars, the seedy people like Jim that can't hold their liquor and they get aggressive. I had a friend, Gary. He's a big guy too. He didn't want to mess with him. He was a big guy, and he was one of these binge drinking drunks like Jim. He wound up being a born again. They always wind up being that. But I went to meet this one gal just to say hello because she called me up. She was interested in me, but she was this girl that was in a. She has spinal bifida. Good looking gal though. I met her at one of these dance clubs. She came in with the Master Blaster. That's the name. Bill, a friend of mine, Bill used to call him. He's this big guy, a bald head. It looks like Kevin or something, you know. And we call big hands too. We call him the Master Blaster. Yeah, and he was somebody that was that was looking after her. It was a friend of hers, a big guy to protect her because she's in a wheelchair. He had to wheel her around. And I liked her as a friend, but yeah, I guess he still is in Cambodia. Probably not for long. Mark my word. He'll find something wrong or get in trouble there too. Mark my word. But anyway, the Master Blaster was always with her. Now, the difference with me with my friends in Seattle was that they were ragging on me for inviting this girl in a wheelchair. She was a blonde. She was a good-looking gal, thin, to the table. I didn't care that she was disabled, just to talk to and have a good time talking to. I wasn't planning on taking her home or anything. It's just that I didn't want to discriminate against a girl just because she's in a wheelchair necessarily, but I wasn't looking for anybody like Nika or this woman. I was not looking for anybody in a wheelchair. I couldn't, I was too active and I just couldn't see myself wheeling them around. But I did that for Nika, though. I did wheel her around a few times outside in the street, helped her get into a taxi cab, all that stuff. I did all that for her. And more, really, I did. Very kind to her and her parents. They liked me. But I couldn't get in a relationship with her because that wasn't the intent. It originally was when I was on a dating site and found her. But I think she didn't mention that she was in a wheelchair. I had no idea about it till later on, but I did meet her as a friend. But it was unfortunately, though, that she wanted more than friendship. I think that happened with her and Big E, too. And coincidentally, Big E knew who she was, and he went through the same thing I did with her. Big Kevin should be back to Thailand within a year. It's going to be rinse and repeat, expat. It's just a rinse and repeat episode if he does that. Well, anyway, to end the story on that one, this one girl was, of course, Bill and Dimitri and whatever they're sitting at my table. Frank, why you want a girl like that? She's in a wheelchair. They call the women scratchers. Bill had his own language, and so did Dimitri, who was this Greek guy, looked more Mexican than Greek, and he looked like Mario Brothers, actually, guy, And they was just fucking just hounding on me, she's just a scratcher means that it's just that a woman of no quality, either they're ugly or low class or something like that. They weren't a quality woman. And they used to use that terminology, scratchers. Why you want to wind up with a scratcher? Why'd you bring it to the table? I got pissed off at those guys. And I left. I said, what the fuck is wrong with you? She's a nice woman. Even they thought so. To talk to. I wasn't planning on taking her home and having sex with her. She's a nice woman. Do you think that Ego tried to bang the wheelchair girl? I don't know. You'll have to ask him. I know that she wanted both me and Ego, not together, but we met at different times. And according to Ego's story on the phone with me, because I talked to him on the phone a few times, and he shared the story with me, it was almost exact. She wanted Big E to take her to a hotel without her mother being around. And she came to my condo, but she came with her mom. And there's a video out there of that too. I'm sitting down talking to her. Her mom's in the background. But then she wanted to come over alone without her mom. I would just have to meet the taxi downstairs, bring her in the elevator, all that stuff. I said, no. I said, unless your mom is coming, that ain't going to happen. So it never happened. She never experienced sex before, to my knowledge. And according to Big E, and what he told me, and you did, Eric, you told me that, we had pretty much the same experience, except Big E took her out to some resorts. She was in a swimming pool. He gave her some fun swimming. I don't know what he did personally. I really don't know. Somehow I can't think that Big E would go that low to try to take advantage of a girl in a wheelchair like that. I never did. That's just this fucking story that was spread around. That never happened. That never, ever happened. Because I could not live with myself. And no offense because the girl is in a wheelchair. I just could. I'll give you an example. That one girl in Seattle that came over to the table that I invited. She gave me a very sad story because we were rapping on the phone and shit, for a while. And really nice girl. I could see her as a friend. I'd love her as a friend. Oh my God, I'd love her as a friend. Absolutely. But I was being honest with myself. I just couldn't see a relationship. I couldn't be wheeling her around all the time. It would be very hard for me to do that, in and out of the car. I mean, although she had a kid that she raised herself, very small child. She did her own house cleaning, she said. She doesn't own shopping. She don't need nobody. She was very independent. I don't need nobody to take care of me. That's not what I'm looking for. She was getting mad at me. She's getting mad at me. So what I said was I went to over in Linwood, Washington, which is a town or so beyond where I lived in Shoreline. She called me up and said she was over at, what the hell's the name of the place? And I went over there to meet her, and the Master Blaster was there and all that stuff. And I went over to meet her there just to be friendly. And Gary met me there too. Gary came over. Gary came over to meet me. I said, oh, I'm going to be over at, I can't remember the name of the place. I used to go there every now and again, have live music. It wasn't the best place, but it was okay, It wasn't always crowded or nothing. So she was there, a group of people at the table. The Master Blaster was there. She was sitting there drinking. I came in, sat with her, talked for a bit. And then Gary came in. So I had to go sit over with Gary, my friend. And Gary was a binge drinker. And Gary would be like, like Jim is, And I just didn't feel comfortable. So I was going to leave. Because let me tell you what Gary was. Gary was like, so I invited him. I said, oh, I'm over in Linwood. Why don't you come over? And because it was my fault. I invited Gary there. And Gary wanted to do some drinking. And when I told him that I was going to leave, no, man. You stay a while. What, you invite me over here, then you want to go leave? He's looking at me with these eyes like, if I didn't stay there a little longer, he would have beat the shit out of me. You wouldn't put anything past ego, okay? Okay. So what I did was, as a courtesy, I went to tell, I'm trying to remember her name. I can't remember her fucking name. Kathy? No, it wasn't Kathy. Trying to remember her name. It's a long time ago. So I went over there and I said, look, I'm going to leave. She wasn't happy with that. She wanted me as a boyfriend, this girl, okay? Because she's having a hard time finding a man because of her disability. I understand that. It's just like Nika. I understand that completely. But, and what I did as a courtesy, I just I give her a kiss on the cheek to say goodbye. And she got mad at me and slapped me. I go, what the fuck? What's wrong? Well, I told you you're going to be here. You come down to be with me. Now you want to leave. I just said, it's just not my atmosphere, I knew that she wanted me as a boyfriend, okay? And I would talk to her on the phone about that. And she tried to give me the whole pitch, I do things for myself. I don't need a guy to take care of me. But the sad story she gave to me, though, horrible story, true story. She did have a guy she met, and of course he knew she was in a wheelchair, but he met this guy, and one thing led to another. They're in bed. Well, they were scheduled to have sex, clothes off, the whole bit. And the guy, after seeing her, because she had spinal bifida, she had very kind of a shortened waist and very thin legs because, there's no muscle tone at all being in a wheelchair. And he said, I can't do this. He said, I just can't do this. And I understand. It would be like you're raping somebody. He couldn't do it. It's like taking advantage of somebody that's disabled. And that really hurt her feelings for that. And she developed a real attitude toward men. Oh, she developed an attitude, this one girl. Whether it was Nika or anybody, and that wasn't the intent anyway, but I made up my mind that even my daughter used to say, when Nika used to talk to my daughter on the phone. Yeah. She used to talk to my daughter. She liked Nika. How come you don't go with Nika? I said, Shauna, look, that's quite a challenge for me. I'm getting older. I'm much older than her. She's going to be totally dependent on me when her parents die. And guess what? Her parents did die later on. Her sister had to take care of her. That I would have to take care of myself if I developed an illness. I may not be able to wheel a chair around if I had that kind of interest in her. I'll tell you the truth. Once I knew that Nika was in a wheelchair, she had a cute picture on it. I thought she was cute. But then when I found out she was in a wheelchair, that was my answer right there. I couldn't bring myself. I just couldn't. I couldn't. Good person, seemingly. Later on, she proved not to be a good person. But the other one was a good person in Seattle. But I couldn't bring myself. I had to be realistic for her sake and for mine because they were younger than me, both of them. And I had to think of my future, what my capabilities were. Can I really take care of somebody in a wheelchair? And also, there's also a medical responsibility that goes with that. It's a very serious consideration you have to make. Someone with spinal bifida, they're going to have heart problems. They're going to have all kinds of problems. Nika have all kinds of problems. She had a fucking heart attack a year ago. And she had to have surgery one time because her ribs were growing into her heart. I was going to pay for that? I ain't got no insurance in the Philippines. Weren't married. I pay for that? How would I do that? It would be a medical liability to get involved in the Philippines or otherwise with anyone who has a disability. Now, if you were in a relationship with somebody and they got disabled while you were in this relationship, well, you know, that's a whole different scenario. That's a whole different scenario. You're not going to shun her away because, you know, but I'm not going to like purposely go out there and decide, oh, I got to find a disabled woman. No, I'm not going to do that. Now that you understand my situation with clarity, now you'll understand. There you go. Nah, not for me. And it's sad that people get into a situation like that. There's a guy out there that's been on the internet. He's not a YouTuber, but he got into his forklift accident in Washington State. And you got to go out, girls? No, they want to go back in there. And a forklift fell on him. But anyway, his body was basically cut in half. The guy's completely quadriplegic. No arms, no legs. And his woman stuck with him. But see, it happened during a relationship. The question is, with this woman, will she be with this guy if she wasn't married to him? You know, the accident didn't happen, right? It didn't happen until later. Would she still be with him or want to be with him and have a relationship with him if she wasn't married to him? Okay, that's the question. And chances are no. Chances are no. She probably wouldn't. But the guy, if you want to talk it on a financial level, the guy made a fortune from that injury because it wasn't his fault. And I don't want to go into all the detail of what. Hold on a minute.
Yes.
I have to plug this in. The battery is down on low. I'm not going to be on too much longer, I think, on there. Well, anyway, I think I clarified a couple of situations on there, the Manila thing and all that shit. That's exactly how it went down. But you know how it is on YouTube, you know. So with that being said, nah, that's really not for me. But fortunately, everything turned out pretty good, and here I am today, just dealing with one thing now. Barry's out of the way, now I got to deal with his girlfriend, and it'll be resolved one way or the other. I'll tell you that. But it doesn't mean there ain't going to be any complications for her, not physically, but legally. It's not over until the fat lady sings. When that fat lady sings, she's going to be wailing. Let me tell you that much. That much I will tell you. Anyway, had a good audience tonight. Really big shoe. Please subscribe if you haven't. And buy me a beer. Buy me a coffee. Buy me a coffee, like Jim says. A coffee. Is it that bad? Is it that bad? And for some people, I guess it would. I wouldn't put anything past ego. No, I wouldn't either, to be honest with you. But I think we spoke enough about him to get his ego going a little higher. I'm sure he's rubbing one off to that right now. Okay, gotta go. Bonomo, gotta go. Shit, I'm actually still hungry, but I don't know what to eat. I had dinner, I had a light dinner. No meat, except protein from a hard-boiled egg, but I had the mixed vegetables out of a fucking can. Can you believe that? I wanted to try this stuff out, but I read the can and how much sodium was in there. I couldn't believe it. So here's what you do. A lot of these canned vegetables, take it, rinse it out with cold water, and you'll get maybe as much as 40% of the salt out of there. You're still going to have that other sodium in there, but you got a lot of it out there. I mean, I won't do that again. I won't buy the mixed vegetables again. Convenient as it is, you want a quick meal, mix that with meat or chicken or something, you got a good meal. But if you're a person that high blood pressure, hypertensive, and you don't want all that salt, then I would not recommend you to buy canned vegetables. That will be too good of an idea, as I'm thinking here. All right, so what's new on Discord? Before I go, what's new? What's happening? What am I not aware of? I haven't been to Philippine Antics in a while. What's she bitching about these days? Who's she attacking these days? I tell you, immigration, they're coming down on this shit. They're looking for people who have these really bad backgrounds from another country, and they're stopping people at the gate. She might be in big ass trouble. I think she does have some family she can go back with. I think she said. She's not in good shape, man. Neither any of these people out here. None of them are in good shape. They're like a fucking nitroglycerin. Rock the boat too much and boom, it's going to explode. Though Ricky will explode like an overfed goldfish or something at this point. Jesus Christ, look at him. Too much. Party just gets you in trouble, doesn't it? I'd rather live this little idyllic life in my little dusty island. But Jesus Christ, to come here, like I started off saying, thousands of miles, spending all kinds of money, to come here just to get laid? What was your story in your country? That is the 23,000 peso question. What was your story to make you have to travel practically a day's worth of traveling and money to come all the way to the Philippines just to find a fucking whore on the street or in a bar and get laid when you could have just spent that money in your own hometown, your own country, your own state? You could have got one of those fancy courting, dating services, whatever you call it. What do you call it? Escort services, like Ricky does sometimes. Just get an escort service. Instead of traveling a whole day, traveling to the Philippines, you got to come back, you got to eat, you got to have lodging. And what is the logic with all this? Just to get laid in the Philippines and say, I've been there and everybody else is screwing around with these Filipinos. I see everybody, I'm living vicariously through them. And I want to go there too. I want to experience that. Right, George? Right, Jerry. Really? Come on, man. Get fucking with the program. Get real. God damn. Don't spend all that money on that. Come find a real woman out here. They exist. They really do. I'm with one for 10 years almost. Real women do exist. People that are not bar girls. People that are not fucking whores. They do exist out here. But you gotta find the time to explore, investigate. Don't just fall in love with the first person that you fucking meet. Shit, I got hooked up in that kind of shit myself with the first serious person I did. And that was Vanessa. And I went too far with that. I was in fucking pig heaven, hog heaven. I was euphoric. Didn't turn out. As it turned out, probably turned out for the best. It didn't turn out. End of story. Storytelling time here on my channel, exclusively. Take your notes, folks. Take your notes.